Okay, we are back. This time again with more Eastern Investigation Collection, where we are in the middle of the third case, so I would assume we're at about the halfway point of the game thus far. We are going to be trying to finish the third case and probably get into the fourth one. And we'll see where we go from there, at least in terms of our progression. We are going, at the moment, we've just gotten to the next, intermission section. We did a few side things with Phoenix and a few other things for trophy-related stuff, and we talked to a couple of people, and, yeah, I'm gonna make sure everything's working at the moment. Let me just check this real quick. So in terms of the progress, yeah, we investigated one of the rooms just before. We got a few trophies. During the intermission section that we did, we got the during the intermission section, after determining that the gunshot was the stuff was reversed. The kidnapping victim came forward, they finally came back out, and they're not doing all that great, so we have that to look forward to. Obviously the rest of this week, probably today and tomorrow, I'm going to try and do more of this. Saturday, well, if Saturday is Strikers, I will be doing this on Sunday. If Sunday is Strikers, I'll be doing this. Yeah, if Sunday is Strikers, Saturday I will be taking off. Monday will be Rivals, and then hopefully Tuesday, Friday will be more of this, because it seems like we can get at least, based on the previous things, this is part 4, I think? Yeah, part 4. So, first stream was halfway through a case, second stream was finishing the first case halfway, almost finishing the second one. Yesterday's stream was finishing, the first hour was the finishing of the second case, and then everything else has been, up to this point, finishing that as well. In terms of progression, obviously this will be fully voice acted, full guide playthrough, all the bad endings, all the press statements, all the platinum, all the trophies required for the platinum, of course, as we always do. And I can't think if there's anything else that I want to say. Pretty much we're at the point where we, after determining that the positions were reversed in terms of the shooting because of the angle of the bullet and getting a few other things, and we got introduced to the new gameplay element, we ended up going and then the kidnapping victim came forward. Well, he came forward in terms of he reappeared again, is what I'm trying to say. He reappeared again, and after he reappeared again, he ended up going and we don't know what's happened with him. I think he's being interrogated. We got a couple of extra trophies. We talked to a couple of people, and we went into the recreation room thing. So I guess now we have to not only figure out the crime, but also what's happened around the kidnapping as well, so we'll just wait and see what happens there. So let's get things started, shall we? Because we have a lot of time that we can go and talk and do this with anyway, but let's get things going. So, I usually load the game instead of continuing. So this is where we start. I don't remember what I was up to last, actually. I think I was doing the logic breakdown. Yeah, I think I was up to the logic breakdown, actually. So let's get that started. That's there. That's all being done there. So I think we were at the logic section, which was this. Yeah, so the door leading outside with the broken prop sword, and then the folding chairs with the 3 cops. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. The policeman outside said it took 10 minutes to get it open. The door was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It could only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? That's how the sword broke. Broken prop sword was used to jam the handle to the hideout's door. And then now folding chairs with 3 cups. I don't think we already failed the thing here as well, I think. We got the bad ending already. No we didn't. We can still get it. So we actually do want the... Well, we can still... Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which... Number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible there is a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Thought we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. But instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Wait, what? Just a random blue badger? Is that the blue badger? What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay? Beg your pardon, miss. So you're gonna take a photo? Proto badger, get! Alright, only one more to go. I think we're looking for the pink badger. I don't know. We need the bad badger, I think. What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh. See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done. Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest of something of that sort. God just walks away. What? It's gone, but where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? Bad badger costume is missing, sir. Is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. What about how they were stolen? They said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. I'm assuming we talk to the Badger now. Yeah, don't know. Okay. Yep, that's fine. What do you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? Well, just what I said, sir. We have 1 bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event, at a set time each day. It's a stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers will work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means it's that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. Are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? Hang on a second, I want to check something real quick. I forgot to do it before I was live. This. No, I don't think that's very likely. Call the costumes for a minute. Stella Manjimi? Proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist. I'm gonna, yeah, I've got to check something real quick. Again, check this real quick. What proves that there's a 4th cabinet does not exist? That the fact there's still a Pink Badger costume left. Because if there was still if there was a 4th kidnapper, there'd be this. If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a Pink Badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why? 4th stolen costume by the 3-person kidnapping group. Where's the other costume? And then now we do logic, I guess. Yeah, we do these 2 together, and then we examine the... Yeah. Okay, that's one off. Yeah, but definitely we're definitely not finishing this case today. Yesterday, considering we still have 2 end parts. Like, it's not even just 1 end, it's 2. It's a bad badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than you think. What do you mean? A costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get out of here and take a look. Suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Oh, minus the head. I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. Okay, now I see that there's something with the hand. Wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger. I always knew that blue badger was on one ferocious beast. Some I doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that kid. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack. Three folding chairs over on this side. Can't say they were arranged nearly as neatly as their siblings to the right. You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. Beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slander and sigh at me all the time, all in one shot. Oh. Raid. Thank you for the raid, movie critic. Welcome in, raiders. Double Switch games, speedruns, reacting videos, platinum playthroughs. We are currently investigating. We're about to get into like the end portion of the end portion of this case. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Death Stranding 2, back on the second playthrough again. It's nice to get a good amount of variety. hear that you get a lot of progress with trophies and getting closer to finishing the game as well. Thank you for that. I'm guessing you didn't get the cutscene, that you ended up getting the, Also, I think just before I left, you got an art scammer. Or at least when I saw the person writing. Wait, what? Thank you for the resub. Why did that not come through before? It is a late notification. A late notification, but here it is. By the way, the biggest fan on Criticless is wrong in every way, single way, and is a parody account. Very well, potentially. Thank you very much for the, that's weird that it didn't register. Now it has. Okay. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Yeah. Again, everyone has a right to their opinion, but it seems like... I don't know. I don't know. Like, people who... if I see someone respond and they don't like or they like a movie, I wouldn't... If I see someone responding with memes, to me that just suggests that they don't want to have a genuine conversation about it, and they, like... It's like with me and you, like, we disagree about the Goblet of Fire, but I have my reasonings why I don't like it, and you have your reasonings for liking it. And so, it's not like I'm trying to force you to not like it, or you're trying to force me to like it. It's just one of those things where it's like we have differing opinions, but we still have a good talk about, like, what was good and what wasn't. So, I don't know. I think some people just don't like when people disagree, and it's like, that's a whole... If everybody liked everything or hated the same things, that wouldn't be fun. It would just be very boring, so... I don't know. It's more like something was ripped off of it. So yeah, we can deduce the... I think we deduce the hand, and then you do the gun. Yeah, the person that liked Dracula gave no reason, they just liked it. Which is very weird. Like, that's a very... Again, that feels like a very casual, like, movie enjoyer reaction to something. Like... That feels like someone just came out of the theater and just was asked, did you like the movie? And then they just sort of responded because they wanted to get out of there. So, it's weird. It's weird. Yes, it is connected to... the... this. I think what we have here is an inconsistency. Yeah, okay, at least it actually updated on my end with the thing then, so... Between what? Look carefully. My costume is not holding something in its right hand than it should be. That's what I don't understand. Like, I would prefer to have, like, debates and, like, discussion about, like, why something's good or why something is bad, rather than just offhanded, it was good, it was bad, it was this rating, it was that rating. Maybe the cutscene will be in the next stream, not long left before the game is finished. Yeah, I think it was... I feel like I remember seeing you do stuff in the snow area, because I remember it taking a long time. So it's probably after the snow area, because I didn't see you conclude the snow area stuff, but I saw you, in the snow area. With the gun. Precisely. The Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. Yeah, at least the snow area is done. From this point forward, from what I remember you saying, nothing else after the snow area was, like, bad. It just picked up from there. So we'll see. However, you there. Did you remove the gun from this Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun was supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, I can fire blanks. Need to use them for the stage show. Seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. I don't know what it is about the thing, like, I got an art person a couple of days ago, and it was like the first time in months. It's in the desert area, that cutscene. If you miss it, at least you won't miss anything because of... Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've caught up with the videos, so I've watched them already. It's just a matter of, when I, you know, see them. And again, I'm going to be playing the game at some point in time as well, so it's not like I'm not going to see the cutscenes, because I'll be watching all the cutscenes. I'll be watching all the cutscenes, I'll do all the platinum requirements, I'll do everything else. Especially since I've been able to figure out, like, that it's possible. It's ripped from the Bad Badger costume, it's capable of firing blanks. Because I gave up on Death Stranding 1. I think we're about done with this one. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers. There are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kane. Just wait until the chapter 10 cutscenes and onward, because that would be insane. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, every Higgs cutscene that I've seen so far has been excellent. And I haven't even seen the endgame Higgs cutscenes. I've only seen pictures. Like on your PlayStation account, you have the Higgs, you have the Higgs shirtless guitar, what's his name picture? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yeah, you always ban the outfit, so do I, at this point, but I haven't seen one in months. I have not seen one in months until recently, so I guess they're back up again. Gotta hurry, sir, come on! What is it, detective? I found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate. That is one of the best pictures you took, yeah. I just liked that you decorated the private room with, like, all Higgs pictures. Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo, that's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does so. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. Alright, intermission. Higgs mega fan alert? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he did a great job in the first game, and it seems like they just they turned him up to 11 and just gave him so much more to do. Like, he's definitely, like, he has to be the best character, or one of the best characters of the year in terms of, I'm not even talking just games, like, he might be one of the best characters in media of the year. I can't think of anything out, you know, I'm not sure, like, I'm sure someone from Sinners would be there as well, but... You know, Remick from Sinners is also, like, a character that I'm just super happy that they did right. They did a good character with that. March 13th, 3:45 PM, Gatewaterland Main Gate. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Right, there it is. Was that here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Let's get down to it. Might rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Yeah, he might be one of the best characters in media. Like, the only character that I can think of right now that would be, like... would be Remick from, Sinners. Or maybe, like, some of the other characters from Sinners, I don't know. I think the reason why I would place Higgs over him, though, is just because, like, I already liked him in the first thing, and then they did better with him in the second game, from what I've seen. And I haven't even seen everything for it, so... It's the Blue Badger's buddy section, what a waste. How so? Going through all the trouble to steal this costume, and then throw it away in the end. Real thief wouldn't do such a thing. No way. Wouldn't think a real thief would steal something so gaudy to begin with. Oops, that was... That's why I find it so weird that people didn't like the movie, because it's like, there's a reason why these actors are getting, like, more roles. Oh, Jimmy and the Bone Temple also might be up there, it depends on what they will do with it. I mean, what about, I guess if we're talking about movies, like, Ralph Fiennes from 28 Years Later, as well would be there. If you're talking just 28 Years Later, I'm sure Ralph Fiennes would also be... A pendant, that's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? Yeah. Like, I think, and he's gonna be in the Bone Temple as well, I believe. They're bringing, yeah, I think a lot of the characters are coming back. And then obviously the movie after that, they're bringing Cillian Murphy in as well, so... Just movies from this year, yeah. Like, I mean, I guess Lex Luthor would have been there, but, I don't know if it's as, like... You know, that's as... I haven't seen the movie, so... Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. It's possible that these two... Hold it right there. Wait a second, is this Lang? Not even close. Hands up, Mr. Prosecutor. Should know how to cross the line, don't you? Not even close. Now, I just remember that you really liked Lex in the movie, but then I guess your opinion on them dropped a bit. A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren, hey, it's a name that's engraved on this. This Porp's pendant is shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Yeah, even Lex wasn't great all the time. I guess that's the one other thing, is like, Higgs, every time you saw him was... Higgs is great every time you see him. Remick is great every time that you see him. You know, Ralph Fiennes is great every time that you see him. I guess that's the one thing that would be, like... What you would consider in terms of character-wise, I guess. And not even to discredit, like, the Death Stranding 2 cast, not even to discredit them, it's like, they all did a great job. We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. Oh, you don't understand. Lily, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance? You're kidding? Miss Pop's one of the kidnappers? It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Porps is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean a special one for this young lady.
Hold it.
Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Porps is also a culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. You found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. The country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? It's time to sleep. Unfortunately, to wake up in 7 hours and travel in 10. So hopefully you will have a good stream till next time. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid once again. Thank you for the chats. And I will see you the next time when I see you. Whenever that will be. Probably, it'll probably be tomorrow. The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. With some more Death Stranding 2 game. Oh, you're doing yeah, that's right, Death Stranding 2. Murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. Can't believe it. Thanks for the confession. Yeah, I like watching Death Stranding 2, and I haven't seen a lot of the stuff that's after this point, so it's... Finish the second playthrough and then finish Size Matters, yeah. Again, I love the Ratchet & Clank games. I'm just glad that I don't see it. There's not a lot of people that play them. Like, again, I know, like, they're older games, and yes, like, people will say platforms are for children and all this other stuff as well, but it's like... It's what I like. It's what I enjoy. It's childhood memories. It's nostalgia. It's fun gameplay with the weapons and the armor sets and getting trophies and skill points and gold bolts and upgrading weapons and, you know, it's just fun. It's just fun. Yeah, mini games like even the games have their own. You know, Ratchet & Clank is known for its humor as well. There's a lot of funny moments that happen in Ratchet & Clank. It's just fun. Like, you don't have to take in a super serious story or thing. It's just a fun game. Insomniac are my favorite video game company. After Naughty Dog fell off a cliff, with all this Last of Us stuff, like Naughty Dog have fallen off for me. Yes, they made Lost Legacy and A Thief's End, which I did like both of those games quite a lot. But like I'm not hyped for this space game. I don't like The Last of Us, so it's like I feel like they've kind of just fallen off for me. Look at you, so sure of yourself. Got the culprit's own confession, some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Porps. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. Why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? She's literally cutting her own hair off. It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. It's Pops' confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crime a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is that what you said? Is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in a confession. Alright, so do we press everything here? Did that already. We press the fifth statement, so that's the last one anyway. But we press everything before anyway. I also need to remember what. Let me check that real quick. I didn't check what. Oh, right. That's where it was. So we press all the statements. The last one is the one that progresses the story, so. How well did you know the victim? Spoken with him a few times at Lance's house. A few times, that's it? Yes. Done they met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if he hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. But he didn't see that one coming. You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Oh great, Siri's working. Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's fine. Good, Siri is, No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Porps, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course. Hold it. Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. Suppose he would be doing a doting father like... suppose he would be to a doting father like, Mr. Romano. Always figured that it was too. Always envious of Lance for it. Because our dad's... got this pendant from my father. I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant, she must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. I'm also wondering what's on her arm. Or elbow, I should say. Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself? Well, first we kidnapped Lance. How did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Here, I thought you knew how to steal people away. Shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Alright, so we want to press this statement to progress the story, anyway. Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops? Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops? From the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes, we want to raise an objection. Sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. Why? We're total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Miss Porps, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Porps. Alright, so... I'm gonna present the pendant, and then the other pendant, and then the poster, and then... So, we want to present the... this pendant first. Take that. Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This pair of wings along with this piece of evidence shows who you really are. Obviously this. Take that. These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right, they're the same color and they're even made of the same material. Believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try? Well, it's totally Pegasus. Why? What does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. No, that can't be. So the two make a sit. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Would be the... was it the letter? Was it the dossier? I think it was the dossier, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the dossier.
Take that.
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? Suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. Makes sense given what is written on Mr. Deveray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out is this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning of behind this pendants. So to be the sole this part, the sole daughter part. Mr. Deveray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Porps. It's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you.
Who's that Pokemon?
Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? What is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Alright, so now we move into the other part here. Skip-diddy-doo. Alright. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both know that fact? It was no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right? And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together? That's right. There's one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long hard look at the evidence. Alright, obviously press everything first.
Hold it.
Precisely, and what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? I've seen a lot of things in my travels. I can tell you that being related by blood is something proof of nothing. Sometimes proof of nothing, sorry.
Hold it.
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore,
Hold it.
one is a butler and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course.
Hold it.
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. Butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well.
Hold it.
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone who with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. That evidence was stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenarios are certainly a probable one. Better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? Okay, so now we do the... Press everything. So, fourth statement... and then... That's... Okay.
Objection!
This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? Yeah, we knew that there was 3 of them. 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. All clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe that this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. The only other person that it could be is if we think that Oliver and Thing are a part of it. The only other option that could have been involved with the kidnapping is the person who was kidnapped themselves, because yeah, there's no one else that's available for this. Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but 2... One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But... I only saw 2 people. This guy's been held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? Really don't remember much anymore, honest. If I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Okay, Lance's testimony. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. The kidnapper suddenly disappeared at around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me all alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. To the underground passageway, I presume. You okay? Sorry, I didn't really want to recall that horrible ordeal, but... Now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because it's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that. Have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. Should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Which one are we doing here? Okay, we press the other one anyway, that's fine. Gotta press all the segments anyway, because the 5th one's the one we press. Good. Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blur. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clams a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the middle of in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. You're in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits and pieces of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't make a move.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared? I fell into a sudden silence. I'd been left behind like an unwanted mud. What do you mean by unwanted mud? What a pointless question. It's not like he was going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside. It's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well.
Hold it!
And those cuffs on your wrist, I suppose you were still cuffed in that case. I'm well aware of how I am chained to reality. Couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? Why don't you just get out of there? The door leading outside was locked. Which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. Our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. Okay, now we do something, I guess, on the new statement. The door leading outside was locked tight, so it was hard to use the underground passageway.
Hold it!
What, underground passageway? You mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed? I suppose that's what it's for. I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. Once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose. Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? It was easy. It's hanging right there in the room on the wall. Do you recall the key hanging on the wall right beside the table? Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation, how we made our escape. Indeed, and although the door on the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door on the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway into a theme park? Oh, that just sounds like so much fun. I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? Okay, so now on the new statement, we present the sword, because obviously this, like, if the door was jammed, they specifically remember that, and then do that. Okay. Present the broken prop sword, because we know that if he did the door was jammed by the broken prop sword. So how could they have done what they were saying if the door was locked? Is the best way to put it, I guess. You said the door leading out was locked, but was it really? I'm talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Gina? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that, a sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? What didn't I was disoriented. Yes, that's it, I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. Been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. What would that be? A motive? What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit the crime. Let's see. It'd be the love letter.
Take that.
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I've done it myself. It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that 1 million. But now, that dream is over. Oh, Lance, then you are giving yourself up. Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe you didn't want to split the ransom money, that's my guess. Happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Porps. Right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume. Took the suitcase with $1 million and ran. Contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you. Okay, chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture has finally come into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. Didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. Say, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was. If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? Why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You'd be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves. What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Alright, chain of events. Obviously, we are going to press everything again, because why not? Press statement 3 is the one we're supposed to press for the story, but we're going to press all of them except for statement 3 at the moment. Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It's all thanks to what Lance told me. What did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and ran off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. Alright, so skip this statement because this is the one we have to press to get another statement.
Hold it!
Shot Mr. Deacon? It's Pops. Yes, I shot him. That, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're gonna continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. Alright.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot. I was scared. Blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Let's go with this one.
Hold it!
You're able to clearly see the gun. Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Father, why would you try and shoot me? Do you think that father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops? Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. Okay, so is this the new statement? Oh, you get a revised one. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. I was wondering what happened there. So we want to present the poster. Sorry, the dossier, and then the head, and then photo.
Objection!
I have here a dossier of your father. According to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. That badge had a model gun attached to his right hand. Which is why the only thing he could have held was the real gun with his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Mr. Porps was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. As Porps told us earlier, it was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand. Which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Porps? Yes, exactly. I'm sure it was the bad badger. Had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there is a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Porps claims to have seen the bad badger. And yet the bad badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't the bad badger, both hands were not occupied, both are correct. Both are correct. They're both correct. Impossible, that just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Porps's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. What if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both of his hands. I think it was the blue badger. It was the bad badger's head, then the proto badger. We've also got to get another bad ending.
Take that!
Costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. I get it now. The head Miss Porps saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the bad badger Miss Porps saw really belonged to this badger. It would have been the proto badger.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the proto badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Porps was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto badger costume. Miss Porps, who was the one who wore the proto badger costume? That would be Lance. Are you saying that what I think you are? That Lance Armano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which, he planned to shoot Miss Porps while wearing that hideous thing. The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Porps into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Porps and pretending to be the victim was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason. Lance Armano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. It's slander. Take it back. Take it right back here now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? Left-handed? What does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Porps, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Though his what-handed doesn't prove a thing. Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit with the bullet. It'd be the... It's probably the model gun, right? Did I miss it? I think, yeah. I did. How come I didn't see that? Yeah, it was the model gun.
Take that!
Found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It's not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. That something is the model gun the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. Yeah, so it was the Bad Badger costume. The model gun. Miss Porps, where's the gun you used now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. Third enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right and that the murder at the stadium is a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't know yet. I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a sec. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? What Miss Porps saw came back to the hideout not long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
Who's that Pokemon?
So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? I thought that'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. Looked like he was waiting until I was alone. So stole the gun from me at that time. Then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Porps saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does it sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Okay, this one's also statement 3. Yeah, this one's also statement 3. We also need to make sure that we get the presentation wrong, because there's another bad ending to get, so we're gonna do that.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money. Where were you up until the time you returned? We were scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. Walked around in the various areas looking for the best route. So each of them had their own roles to play. After I was done, I went back to the hideout.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. I saw that sadness in his eyes. Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
Hold it!
We're sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw. Yes, I'm certain of what I saw. Did you go into the room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, you're such a kind soul. And you were telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself. I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. It just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a Bad Badger head. Alright, so we skip, Wait, I pushed statement 3? Never mind, it's fine, we'll just push them all anyway. So, the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume. Yes, and it would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Okay, so I was supposed to skip this one. Just don't raise an objection right now. I should listen to more of what she has to say. So we want to raise an objection on the 4th statement, I think it was. Should we two split up but plan to rendezvous later at a set time and place? Yes, we planned to meet up at the stage, and then I left the hideout not long after. What about the ransom money? You mean that absolutely tasteless suitcase? Lance was supposed to bring that with him. Oliver stole it from me along with the gun when he escaped. I like that they used the same suitcase, the same bad suitcase from the previous one. They even mentioned it was a tacky suitcase. Mr. Deacon was alive in the hideout, then the murder must have happened after that. Meaning it probably all went down at the stage. I mean, I can't really see why Miss Popps would lie at a time like this, you know. Okay, I don't think she is lying, but rather that she is making a bad assumption. She is? Yes, and I intend to show what that bad assumption is. Okay, so we want to do the raise the objection on this. Yeah, we want to raise the objection, present the, intentionally present the wrong evidence, and then, yeah, that would be another bad ending. Alright, so we can spam through this a little bit. We do want to raise an objection, after I've done this. Person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not with this. I'm gonna make a save here so we can intentionally give the bad evidence, and then we get the bad ending. This Miss Popps shows us the person that you saw was not the victim.
Take that.
Not sure what you mean by that. See, I made a mistake, yeah. Why was he tied up in his bad badger costume? If I think a little more on this, the answer should come back to me. Perhaps I should listen a bit more carefully to her testimony this time around. Oh, I have to redo the entire, like... Oh, this is gonna take a while. That's maybe slow. Okay, maybe I can do it at another point, because that's slow. Because I gotta... Yeah, I'll do it at the next presentation. So we want to present the right evidence here, which is the... We want to present the right evidence. We will present the bad badger instead. So... Miss Popps, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. The person you actually saw was this person. Okay, from here we can pick the wrong person. I think. Hopefully. Let's see if this works. Alright, we're gonna intentionally pick the wrong person. Popps, the person you saw tied up to the beam was in fact Kay. Hey, hold on, I was never tied up like that. Right, I suppose not. The one tied up to the beam screaming was... That will do, Kay. Anyway, the person you saw was most definitely not Mr. Deacon. The person you actually saw was this... Okay, this is the fastest way, let's just... Lance was the one who showed me the tied up person in the next room. You claim that the boy somehow showed himself tied up to the beam? Are you serious? Or perhaps you believe there was a rip in the space-time continuum? Yeah, this is unfortunately the fastest way that we can get to it. So it's just gonna be slow. We know that the answer is ourselves, so we're just gonna intentionally mash through all the dialogue. This one seems like it's... The first option's faster than the second option, it seems like, so we're just gonna mash through until we get it wrong. All wrong. Okay, this is the last one. So I mash through everything. Alright. I think your half-baked logic needs some more time in the oven, Mr. Prosecutor. You guys, what are you waiting for? An engraved invitation? Take this young lady away. Wait, we still don't know the truth behind what has happened. It's alright. I need to pay the price for what I've done. Alright. Load our previous save, and then we'll do the right option, which is obviously picking Edgeworth. It was me. The first time I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even if after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a plan to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? Lance, you showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. Then made the costume to escape together, or so you pretended. What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance would watch you escape, and then doubled back on the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. To create his fake prison with the pop sword, he then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? I've heard a lot come out of you, and I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right, you were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Porps would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who said that? Oh, it's the father. Please, wait. It was the father. Mr. Armana? Miles, my boy. Looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad? Let's see, you are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. Sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Oh, it's the bad badger costume? Is that what I think it is? It's a bad badger costume the victim is wearing, and a gun. Couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. Appears that they were disposed of on the scene. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Armando complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is? Person who wields the highest authority in this area. There. Now, there is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cut from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. No. This wasn't meant to be meant to strong arm you into anything, it's just a request. I just like that, like, he's saying that he doesn't have to bow to the laws of the country, but then that also means he doesn't have jurisdiction. Like, that's like saying, like, oh, I'm gonna go to another country and I'm a police officer in that's like if I was a police officer here and then I went to the US and said, well, I'm a police officer from my country, therefore I can do whatever, I don't have to obey the laws of the US. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how it works. That's not how it works in any form. I'm only asking you please respect the laws of the land. Can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. Doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. We've already got the results back. at a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conducted tests. They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver, and as for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? Disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it. These are the case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious... Okay, so basically we get to inspect everything. I'm assuming... Is this going to push the case along or not if I go and find everything? I do need to intentionally get a bad ending here as well. If you run out of logic after they find the costume, so we need to intentionally tank the thing as well. Let's examine... Oh, okay. I guess that's just in general, because I mean, you can't lose health here. So since you can't lose health in this part, you have to just, you can't lose health here. So it would be when we do the, because all the stuff that we find here is just examine. And then we have just, we have plenty of times to get things wrong. Alright. This bullet hole looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. One time of shooting, gunpowder burn is proof he was shot at point-blank range. Okay, what else have we got? There's the gun. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver used to kill Deacon was originally stolen from guard by victim during escape. What else is there that we can examine? Got another gun. Nothing on the glasses. Nothing on the things. I guess it's just these things. What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. Why are they in here? I also don't know how these were found, because, like, again, how could all this evidence be found if this was found in the sea? Like, you would surely think that it would have, sunk to the, like, and it would have, like, any evidence would have gone away with it. Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Alright, now we get back into pushing statements again. So we're gonna press the first statement. So just ignore all the rest of them. Ignore the first statement. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. They prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. Did I just see he was in handcuffs? Fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh, no, this isn't helpful at all. Yeah, he is in handcuffs. I just noticed this now. So no one bothered to take the handcuffs off? Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. Still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why would you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Yes, why won't we believe you? I wonder why. I wonder why we wouldn't believe the person that was definitely doing some shady tactics and shady thing dealings. Alright, so we want to skip this one because we know that this is the one that we have to press, so.
Hold it.
Sure I can't for someone who is accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You're all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but...
Hold it.
Why would you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pop's life? Suppose it's because he wants to silence her. Keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? It's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Which you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. Well, if he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however, I digress. What more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what will happen to Lolly. Justified self-defense. I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstances. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. What do you mean? Miss Porps is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing? You still don't believe a word I say, do you? This entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie here. It lies in whatever he is hiding from me, but not for long. Alright, obviously we know that... Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Porps? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. Find that to be a bit peculiar. You trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I think we do need to raise an objection. Raise an objection, present the... We can present 3 different options. Either the stolen costumes, the bad badger's head, or the blue badger Bible. And then... Yeah, okay. We want to intentionally get stuff wrong, though. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Porps' prints should be on that gun to begin with. So let's just intentionally get this wrong.
Take that.
Which boots is that? Look here, this is what I speak of. Your logic is so hard to follow, you should provide a map. Alright. Let's just, save here so that we get we intentionally lose. This is the last bad ending, by the way, so we won't have to do this anymore. It was on this one where I present the... Oh, this is going to take a while. You know what? We'll do it at a different point. We'll do it at the... Not at the next part. Because we have to press this, and then we have to go and do the thing again. So, no, that's a bad point to do it. Because then we have to skip through all this dialogue. So, raise an objection again. Present the evidence. We can present any of these. It's fine. We'll do it when we get to the other part, so we don't have to... It's simply not possible for Miss Porps to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Porps was wearing a costume. But there's been no mistake, we found fingerprints. Oh, Miss Porps, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. This is when Miss Porps' prints found their way out to the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? Our fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Porps is the murderer. You still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way, I'm incredibly worried about her. That doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. Is it this point? The story that Miss Porps killed the victim at the stage in the stadium, it'd probably be about here, right? That I can, present the evidence. The wrong evidence. Whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. Yep. It's right here.
Take that.
Alright. So now we can just mash through. Mr. Prosecutor, I have to rate that piece of logic a 0 out of 10. 0? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. Well, this red lolly's gonna wind up getting arrested. Let's remain calm and think clearly. If the murder did not happen at the stadium, it should be here, where I can save. Not that it matters, as long as we don't lose our health. Our health anyway. In the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and his corpse was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. Okay, after the invalidates part is when I want to save. Okay, I don't care about my health, because we can just, 1, 2, 3, save here, so we can at least have health in case something goes wrong, which should be okay if it does. Really, was this one? Here. It's not like we get any bonus points or something by things, so... Present all the bad evidence, get it wrong until we, get the bad ending.
Take that.
Bad ending we go. Oops.
Take that.
Hands are cold.
Take that.
One of my hands is cold, the right hand is cold. And so it's hard for me to hit the buttons. Hard for me to match the buttons. Alright. Last bad ending, and then we can wrap this case up. Look, we all know you're just chasing your delusion, so let's stop wasting time, alright? You want to suspect me, Mr. Edgeworth, but you haven't got a single shred of evidence. Oh no. I say we let the courts resolve the rest. A few days later, Lance was acquitted of all charges due to lack of evidence. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Alright, load the game, and then... Thankfully, this is the only part that actually, like, has stuff where it screws around with the, analog stick. This is why I don't use this other controller for other games, because it's hard. Alright, so now we have the proof, which one do we present? We already did that already, so present the victim's costume, then the bullet hole. Then the haunted house and the mirror fragments. So costume hole, haunted mirror. Wait, what? Cagnia again? Recently? Oh, that was the... Hang on a second, that was just the ad ending. For a second I thought another Cagnia arrived, and I was like, no, it's not another Cagnia. It was just the last Pokemon. We have more evidence now. Other mirror fragments. There's the costume. It was the victim's costume? Yeah, the victim's costume, then the bullet. Yeah, victim's costume. Victim's costume, bullet hole. Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stake. This is the part of the costume that proves it. So, with the bullet hole. The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. So then you mean the murder of Miss Oldbank saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. The victim was indeed shot from below the stage. There shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. If you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime is then? They didn't set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were, just before I was imprisoned, was... Got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. In the haunted house.
Take that!
I think it's unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. Haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? The fact that we have mirror fragments inside the, suit. These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. Is that a Cluedo reference right there? It feels like a Cluedo reference. It feels like that sounds like a Cluedo reference to me if I've ever heard one. After that, you stole the Blue Badger-mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger-mobile was stolen confirms this is fact. Why else, my boy? Say no more! I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that.
Who's that?
Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? Don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. And that one's smashed as well. A mirror that's for the haunted house. See, isn't that possible the fragments got into the costume there? Agent Lane, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Lane She says, untruth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place in the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. Don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. That time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. This is the first time I've seen this part of the haunted house as well, because we only just walked in through the hallway, and then we were staying around there, and then we got knocked out. We never actually saw this part of the haunted house at all. So they made this for, just for thing, I guess. Now, Mr. Edgeworth. Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not able to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. Doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gateway Group's approval. Who is that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena? It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gateway Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash. What? As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier and made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. But that $1 million you paid? Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so I may have it back now. So you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him after all. He did return the ransom money. That's the way things are. So if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Romano definitely has this deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. Yeah, we're still not done. Almost 2 hours in. This is definitely a way longer case than the previous one. Previous two, I should say. But the first case was about 4 hours. The second case was... like 7 hours. Third case at this point is at least... we're gonna hit the 2 hour mark very soon. And we already did like 5 or 6 hours at least yesterday, so it's gonna be longer. March 13, 4:27 PM, Gatewater Land, main gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! I like this. She's got the damn, that's an anime thing. That's the anime thing that they do with all the ninja characters when you see them, when you see them standing around. They've usually got their arms crossed and their scarf, like, cape thing is blowing in the wind. Their hair, you know, that's definitely anime. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. What is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am K. Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's, of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if you then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. You may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang? Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe? Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprints among the police reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house stated. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't, but I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. Just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. What's a badger doing all the way down there? So I thought, strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? My hand is so cold. My left hand is fine. My right hand is... No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. And I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. That's odd. Oh my god, my hand is like... I can barely feel like I'm moving. Why is a dead end? Where did your assailant come from? There is only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. Assuming it'd be where B was, because that was what we saw, I think. Yeah, it had to be B, because we saw that in the preview as well. There's no more, so it's point B, then the mirror. That's just examining stuff. That's fine, so... Okay, do that for now. Yeah, it has to be here, because we saw it in the preview. We saw the, at the start, actually. The doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper. And so I used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. Waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as you saw me take a step toward the exit, he stood and launched an attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think that I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Oh, Lance? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. It's one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. Did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. Didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, input in the new data now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have it changed so the weapon is in its left hand. I'm trying to remember if it was struck over the right or the left side. I thought it was on the right. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Alright. Let's do our investigation first, obviously. We can also probably talk to everyone, too. Yeah, sure, we'll talk to everyone. Can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like out of some crazy dream. This isn't a dream, this is something this is something Kay's gadget. No, wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. So glad you like it. I like this as well, like the crime. This reminds me of like Batman, the Batman Arkham games. Again, the Batman Arkham games are some of my favorite like superhero titles, and you get to do some detective stuff here and there, and it's just very fun. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. All right, let's wrap this case up already. It's times like these that I wonder if they understood the seriousness of the situation. Alright, let me see if I can talk to Kay, though. Notice anything. How was, little Feith? Totally fine in recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But, you know, I can't believe I'm replicating a haunted house. And then we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. I mean, at this point, no, because the guy got the $1 million back. Like, the ransom's over, like... Can't say I understand what is so exciting about recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe that it's very probable that the murder occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, then we can finally arrive at the truth. Hey, so what are you waiting for? Let's get investigating. Alright. let's talk to everyone. Thanks for letting me use Little Thief. Like she says, reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is still the same. So have you noticed anything worthwhile? I have no obligation to talk with you. I'm fine with just Little Faith and some in this case. That toy is very well made. It's because it's the heart of the noble faith Yaragarasu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. So Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from that girl's toy. So it's all an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show. One thing that's really cool though is like they're standing, remember, they're standing in the outside of the gateway, so out in the open. So this device has the ability to basically like completely remove the outside world, which could you imagine if that technology actually existed? That it would be like Mysterio's tech from the Spider-Man movie, where it's like he can make illusions happen and just he can make illusions occur,
Who's that Pokemon?
and he can like make the entire area be its own essential illusion. Like if this technology existed, imagine like what could happen. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. If I'd never be caught by surprise again. Didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attacker came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hand. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above the temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. Wonder if anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. Looking for something the culprit could have used to hit me with. Oh, in the evidence. The broken sword prop would make sense because that's broken, so that would be enough.
Take that.
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying in here in this hallway. Prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. Maybe worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on this sword? I would assume we want to dust for print. I mean, we could test it for luminol. We could do both, really. Prints wouldn't matter, though, because if they were in the costume, they wouldn't be able to, That's the other thing as well. If we were in the, it would have to be luminol, because, if they were in the costume, you couldn't test it for prints, so it'd have to be luminol testing. Culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. That's what a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Culprit hit me in the right temple area with this. Okay, I looked at the recreation with this piece of info. Okay. Oh, there you go. I won't rest until... This is what I remember, it wasn't the left side. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Okay, well, maybe I should have talked with everyone else first, but it's fine. Yeah, the Bad Badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Oh, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger? Those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm, complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face. It's just fine the way that it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right? To me, I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Hey, so what were you thinking about at the time? I don't recall, but I would guess that I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? Oh, we can deduce something, right? That's what they're saying is not quite right. We can deduce the sword and present this, so does this put something connected to any of the evidence that I hold? Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit of blood on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit it. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It'd be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand, or both hands, it must have been the right. I've changed the data to reflect the right-handed swing. Not yet, Kate. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it would only recreate a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with the... the gun. We still gotta investigate here. It would contradict with the gun because the gun's in the thing hand. That badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right. Then what now? It wasn't in his left or right hand. It means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. You paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me. Which leaves only you as our prime suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. Appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say the proto-badger? Got it. Here I go. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation, and what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of Little Fifth, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But the critical conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. It's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? When you put it that way, Your superstitions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be, exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena. Here you are. Now then, what you've missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger. Okay, so what have we got? Gatewater Land is full of mystery. See if you can find and experience them all. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. Do or die, can the Blue Badger arrest the thing? Okay, so... is this the 7 Wonders of Twilight Town all over again? What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the Blue Badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Okay, Waterland pamphlet. Map and explanation of park attractions listed. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hit the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. The criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway. How could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. And get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? Can't quit, not until I declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. We'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Alright, so now we'll have to, looks really weird. Look how it changes from the Blue Badger into the Predator Badger all of a sudden. The Slumped-Over Badger was just a doll. Where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Can I... You've already been talked to. You've already been done. That's... fine, we can... So Predator Badger who struck me. Suppose I should really say that it is Lance. I'm going to get him back? Need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works. The third statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival. Wait, well, can I talk to someone else? Maybe it's with you. Can lie all you want, but it will be all for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you will be placed under arrest. How can you do this? After all that my dad has done for you. What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Unbelievable. Now you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Now you sound like a dad. Can I examine here? Anything? No. Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? I have not forgotten my debt to you, however your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. Miss Porps, by my hand I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me? That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Porps. No, I can't. I have Lance. Well, don't tell me that you like that guy more than me. Lance... Why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. I'm... What exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure. What else have we got? Still gotta investigate that too. Take a look around. It almost feels like more like a house of mirrors. Indeed. Who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Like a mirror house haunted house hybrid, this place is full of mirrors. Hey, wait, these shards, there's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design in the back too. Pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Different from the mirrors on the walls, very thick, and has a design on the back. This is where the Predator just shows up in our recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious...
Who's that Pokemon?
This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. But the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the blue badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. I'm assuming that it's just analyzed the window. There's nothing else along here that I can see that would be of any use outside of that. Really? Not even the window? Okay. Nothing on the window, just the, so I guess that's that part done. So we want to deduce the belt. Deduce the belt. And then we go into logic mode. Okay. Is this spot somewhere connected to any of the things that I hold? I think it is actually. It's in reverse, isn't it? Because if I look at the... Yeah, it's in reverse. Like the it's supposed to be over on the left shoulder, but this one's on the right. So that's where there's the inconsistency. Hold on a second here. There is something wrong with this blue badger. Like what? Where the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? It can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then why is the blue badger dressed up in the reverse? The blue badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in the reverse direction. Alright, so now we put all of the logic together. Because nothing... actually, I can interact with this now, too. The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. Alright, so now we can do logic mode. Mirror shards and reverse, and then... Oh, never mind, these were already... I thought that we had multiples. So just put these two together. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. House of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reverse or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. It was the mirror fragments, right? Mirror fragments? Oh wait, present the pamphlet, move the wall. What's the pamphlet? What was this one here? Oh, because of the mystery. That's what it was for. Yeah, this one. As is written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? You said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Yeah, moving the mirror wall, which would explain why there was different mirrors. But dimming the lights wasn't going to do anything. Moving the badger, we already know that it wasn't moved. So it has to be the mirror wall moving. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then beyond where the mirror was an empty hallway. An empty hallway had to be created. So when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. The pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway. Then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. This also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. Culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. Yeah, so they hid. The culprit had to have hidden in the area that was behind the corridor. Like, they had to have hidden here. Because when this was closed... So when this is open, when this is completely closed off, this would show the hallway, and then when it's here, it would be blocked off. So it'd have to be in this corridor. Alright, so then is that everything? Empty, straight corridor, and then yeah, that's it. That is all. Anything else here? Nope, that's the next part. Let me just skip through to the guide so I can get into the next episode. Finish this episode today. This next episode has a lot of stuff in terms of contents page just for the first part. Alright. Is that fine? That's fine, leave that alone. That's all the same, that's okay. No, okay, nothing there either. Is this all just talking? This is all just talking, isn't it? Examine the thing, that's all examine. Examine. It's all examine. Yeah, okay. We'll wait until that's a lot of talking. My hand is freezing. Very large blind spot one. I could not see beyond, and it was here. My silent hit on the other side of the movable mirror. You wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound... Leave the money and go, now. The sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need, anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shuttering. You heard what? Then? Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Can you please recreate that? Got it. Okay. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So when did he go into this proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? That's easy enough. The mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. This about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. Inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies... it'll be here. Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall. There's no blue badger there. Exactly, the blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. Are we heading back now? Yep. Alright. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. It'd be Deacon's body, I think. Wait, what? This one?
Take that!
Badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. No matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the set of a gunshot? There was a variety of sound effects playing at the time, all for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Armano. I'm sorry. Okay. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. Bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest up to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, arrest who? Why would he get arrested? I have nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. Did he? Technically, he didn't. I don't think he tampered with the evidence. All he did was he purchased the haunted house. I don't think that's tampering with evidence. Since when? Since when is that tampering with evidence? I don't get it. Since when is that tampering with evidence? I don't think that's tampering with evidence. He just said he just bought the haunted house and then said that you can't go in there. He didn't tamper with any evidence. I find that a bit hard to believe. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? How could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wounded me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. Came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. Case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena. It's known as the KG-8 incident. KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Armano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling? There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Armano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Teveroy. Father... Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveroy, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveroy was arrested in place of you. Which is why, when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. I love voicing Lang Shi. I don't know why he's just a one character. What now? What the? Who the heck was that? Oh, wait, you're... Oh, right, this happened a day before. So the first case was the 14th. Okay, how do I put this? The first case was the 14th, where we arrested the guy with the gold medal. The second case was 2 days prior, where we did the stuff on the plane, and then this case is on the 13th, so that explains why he's still where he is. Take him down to the precinct, if you don't mind. Who the heck are you? I'm Jax Portman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't joke me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. And how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the 2 suspects. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working with Mr. Romano in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Romano. That must be the real reason behind this antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was meant for one karma, right? There was non-stop rumors around, flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? Courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. Prosecutor never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It seems that its disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the court, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please wait. Agent Sheena? Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of a long-honored House of Lang in Shangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. What? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. Better catch up. Oh, Jim's here as well! I just realized this. Yeah, Jim is here. The guy who died in the first case that was killed by Portsman. Yeah, he's here as well. So that's cool. Still got time to still gotta deliver that thing to the old man after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yes, what is it? Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. Guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's hurt by the one she loves? To think I never realized my father was right there. Never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Porps? Wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged stuff abduction. Wait, then why did he... I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Porps. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devery into cooperating. Father, as a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, and that was, the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. She's in love with Edgeworth? Of course. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Wait, what? Yeah, maybe this would jog your memories. I promised to return this to you one day, remember? Is that Miles's cravat? That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. That fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then-child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. Oh, okay, so 7 years ago they met up. Alright, that's the end of the second case. End of the second case. Save the game, sync up the trophy. Yes, okay. Yeah, there we go. Kidnapped Turnabout. Alright, let's start the next case. Turnabout Reminiscence. So we're going back in time again. Back in time. Hey Faraday, a young lady who calls herself the second Yadagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. Seven years earlier. I'm trying to see if any of these people are new. Yeah, that's right, I did it. I killed the guy. These characters look different. It was the defendant, the Great Faith Yadagarasu that did... Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yadagarasu. These characters are completely different. These prosecutors and defense lawyers. The Yadagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. You're saying that I'm the Yadagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. You're claiming that Mr. Faraday is the attorney? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Rell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've got to believe me. This is the first time I'm seeing the court as well. We have not been in the courtroom the entire game. There's good old judge. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Finally back to the court. September 10th, 3:20 PM, District Court, 3rd floor lobby. We have not been in here before, actually. Let's go and have a look and see what's, thing. Ah. Man from Von Karma, age 60, my mentor who has never known defeat in 35 years. A legendary prosecutor. So he's been doing this since he was, what, 25? 25 years old he's been doing, cases, I should say. Let me check something real quick. Alright. Again, there's a lot of this is also classic Edgeworth. This is like Edgeworth's. Well, what is wearing normally is the thing. I think this is like before This is like way before. I think he met Phoenix and stuff. Well, way before like the stuff with Phoenix was happening, because I believe Miles and Phoenix and they were friends in school. So they grew up together, but this is like Miles's like Von Karma era of wearing like the thing. That's why he's got the thing on. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. So it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth? Oh, there he is. There's Von Karma himself. Gotta do a voice for him. This is the first time I think we've voiced Von Karma as well, because I didn't play the original game on stream. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred Von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Oh, we can move around now. Nice. I don't think I have to worry about doing anything with the examination until there's an actual investigation. Yep, so nothing to worry about until we get into the investigation, then I have to change things. So we can do everything else that we were just gonna walk around and analyze, because why not? Should lead to the defendant lobbies. Edgeworth, where is your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom, as you crush them. Indeed, thank you. You're a man of wisdom and experience, sir. Bulletin board. There are trial schedules posted on it. Trial schedule for this week. Huh? There's only today's trial listed. This must be a mistake, or is this country's judicial system is not working as it should? This is so good. I could drink a whole gallon. Never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Was he just constantly gulping this water? Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir dry? Excuse me, madam, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought out hors d'oeuvres by now. But this is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What the heck does she think a courthouse is for? Modeled the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands and a face? Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made? Mr. Prosecutor, sir? I've got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance. As there are always only prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby. I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there's a recess. You're only guessing? Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these. Awesome! But didn't you get fired right after you made them? Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost me to build the real thing. My boss wasn't very happy with me. Hey, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it? I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. Secret mechanism? Maybe he installed it as payback for getting fired. It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. A luxurious and beautiful leather sofa. I must say, every part of this courthouse is meticulously well kept. Although the positioning of this sofa puts one under the direct gaze of the judges. Every judge in this courthouse's history has had quite the beard. I just noticed this now. All the judges' photos, yeah, every judge photo has like a long beard. All of them. Being a judge must be a very stressful career. God, what a cold stare he's giving me. However, as a disciple of Unkarma, there's no option but to win. Just gonna do a staring contest? He's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. Oh, he's sleeping. He's sleeping while standing up? Trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. Bookshelf, huh? Compendium of Laws for Beginners. Don't have the time to read this and second-guess myself now. Trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly. Why did that... It's weird that it just... I guess we can interact with whatever's here. Can we interact with the... this? Okay, no, we can't. We'll just talk to Von Carmel then. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case's prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? Oh, that is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday, will not be forgotten. Have no fear, I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of the Von Karma. Today's trial. So have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you can really know what you were talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Codopian embassy. The victim, Mr. Oh, also, Byrne Faraday, age 40, prosecutor in embassy staff killing case, accused by Rel of being the Yadagaros. The victim's name is Dead Man. Of course. The victim's name is Dead Man. Was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case is Mr. Mackerel. Alright, so we've got Dead Man, age 53, Codopian embassy staff member, was gunned down in front of embassy by Rel, and then the defendant's name is Mackerel. So for questioning the night of the incident, who seems suspicious. Okay. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the Great Faith Yadagarasu was successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed he himself was the Yadagarasu, but that he did not kill Dead Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. Dead Man. Dead Man and Mackerel. Of course. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yadagarasu who burned Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be a murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. Okay, now we've got the other stuff. So, Mackerel, age 32, embassy staff killing suspect, arrested on suspicion for the handgun he was carrying. And Yadagarasu, real identity is unknown, but claims to be a noble thief infiltrated the embassy. Second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Second KG-8 incident. So, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. KG-8 incident overview, reference materials regarding the KG-8 incident. I received them from my mentor. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Can we read those? We can. Okay, what does it say? Mercurial News, Kodopian embassy member, staff member, Manny Kochin, found not guilty. The victim, Miss CCU. CCU. A shadow over the Amano Group. What's his relation to the smuggling ring? Which that's a picture of that's a picture of Faraday right there. So. Yes, I have. Secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested. Under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group. And the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure little criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you were currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. Just like the last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are recurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yadagarasu. Yadagarasu? Better find out more. Sure. I keep talking, let me talk as one calmer. Yadagarasu. If it is true that the Yadagarasu showed up at the Kodopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. or more likely to steal secrets from the Kidnapping embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it again? The Yatagarasu sent to the police. I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu was getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu had left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Wait, there's Kate. That's her right there. What is it, little girl? Yeah, that's Kate right there. I can tell by the hair on the other... Yeah, that's definitely her. Scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies, but it looks like you've got exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Who's that Pokemon?
Yep, that's her. Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Yeah, that's her. Absolutely. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. So we know that that's Kay, a girl with a balloon. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. I can have you mopping up the courthouse, instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. Alright. Time for us to go out there. I'm assuming he's going to be out there mentoring us, because that's usually what happens in these, like, beginning cases. September 10th, 4 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. What is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet, either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. Wasn't really paying attention. Oh, there's the judge. I like this courtroom like animation style because we never see anyone moving around in the courtroom. It used to just be a still photo and then thing. Oh, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Same judge as always. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however. Yes, it would be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar. Without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Oh, there's Gumshoe. Gumshoe just bowls over the bailiff. Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please, wait, you have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. And there's the judge. The judge in embassy staff killing case. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. killing in the courthouse? I don't think we've seen that before. I think we got the bombing, but we didn't get a killing in the courthouse. Well, technically we did. September 10, District Court hallway. I just saw the poster there. Young Judges for Justice. God, even those vending machines look nice. A lot of cool, like, drinks in there. Courthouse specials. What do we got? We got a hot dog. We got a sandwich, a Swiss roll. Who's this guy? Stay back. Who are these two? No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. Because this is like 7 years ago, so... Who does this oddball think he is? It's becoming quite the hotspot. She's got the scales of justice as her earrings. Isn't she Miss Rel's defense attorney? Hey you, no running in the hallway, pal. Who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. It should be we're gonna talk to everyone, so I'm gonna avoid talking to everyone first, and we're just gonna go and investigate everything that I can, see. Sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from this window. My eyes have locked me with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. And a student of one karma, I refuse to back down. It's good. I won! The staring contest. That should have been a trophy. Why was that not a trophy? Have a staring contest against the window and win. That should have been a trophy. Alright, I'm gonna ignore Gumshoe and everyone else because, yeah. First I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to some people. Fire extinguisher? If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. I'm trying to remember, is that a reference to another case? I can't remember if Edgeworth gets hit with a fire extinguisher in one of the other cases. I don't actually remember that. I should have just realized something as well. Is that actually... I want to check that. Where is... It does actually show. It does distinguish prime subs with normal subs on the notification. Poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort on it in tiny letters at the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby 2 next door. Shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I better get a move on. Alright. A drink vending machine. Now isn't the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose. We'll have to see what those are. And you are... Me? Hey, Belle. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name, now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. Just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. Alright, new rookie detective at the precinct. First crime scene seems very enthusiastic. Humble beginnings for Gumshoe. Humble beginnings indeed. Alright, crime scene. So Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove me behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Well, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2. So you're on guard detail. Did you not notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kinda froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went to lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, you didn't hear a single sound of commotion. While I was in hall on guard duty, other than gunshot, didn't hear a sign of struggle. As you do. Alright. Can I interact with the bins? No. I'm seeing something here. There's like a... Is it like ants? Maybe, are they supposed to be ants? There's something on the ground here, but I can't grab it. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. Apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? Have you known, ma'am, that I studied under Manfred von Karma? Do not take me for some naive novice. Wait. Oh, she's holding in a laugh. Do not take me for some naive novice. She's holding in a chuckle. For some reason. So you're a student of Von Karma. Should've. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Oh, thanks for the great laugh. But try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. I also have this too. That's Gumshoe's testimony. If you're telling the truth, then we're about to go head to head in court. Ah, but of course. I have heard much about you, Miss Yu. Oh, but of course I've heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? Alright, I can... So, lawyer of embassy staff killing defendant Rel. I was to battle her in court. So she's 22 years of age. She's a regular comedian, I guess. Alright, crime scene. What do you got to say? I'd like you to update me on the situation. Don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. You have an update on your situation? Welcome, in Rinsler. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you're having a good time zone today. I'm doing good. Today's, we finished the third case. Took us like, what, 2.5 hours to finish the third case. Now we're back in time again. We've gone in 7 years. I think it was 7 years, I said. 7 years, 10 years ago. We're going back to the very first case that we ever prosecuted. And seeing how that... But I'm doing very well myself. Outside of it just being cold. It's a colder day today than it was before. One of my hands is like, feels like it's frozen. It's like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. It's a good point. Apologize for asking such a insensitive question. You had the hottest day today. Yeah, I'm used to the. I can deal with both, but it's not like it's snowing, but it's Yeah, we get the bad heat here as well. It's just right now it's winter. One more month of this, and then we get into spring. So thankfully, we at least have something to look forward to. Hopefully. Then I'll see if I get hay fever or not, because that's the next thing that happens. Although the last couple of years I've not had hay fever. I used to get really bad hay fever. My eyes would be really red, and not in these last couple of years. So maybe I'm just building up a tolerance for it again. Maybe that's what it is. But that's always the way that it is when it's like the opposite of the world. Gets super cold one thing, and then 6 months later gets super hot. Always the way. Excuse me, but who are you? The Tyrell Bad. Homicide. Was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible.
Who's that
So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here? Crime scene. Tyrell Bad, age 53, eagle-eyed homicide detective, was called in to be expert witness on the yada garage. So also, the characters' names of the the victim. If you enjoy puns, the victim's name that was killed in the embassy, his name is Dead Man. And he was killed by, or at least the suspicious member that he was killed by, Mackerel. The girl says she is practicing, but says it's very difficult because she's never heard the song before, so it may take a bit before she joins, but the good thing is that she knows she's doing it. Yeah, that is good news to hear. That is very good news to hear. I've never heard of the song before either until, you mentioned it, so... that's actually, like... That might be like a challenge. Not a challenge in like a bad way, but a challenge in like, oh, this is a song I don't know of. It might actually like, because I think that's something that people do like, that are in music. Like anybody can do a cover of certain like popular songs, but a song that they've never heard of before, that is like that could be a challenge for them to be like, oh, I want to see how well I can do on something that I'm not familiar with, getting out of the comfort zone. So yeah, Dead Man and Mackerel. Alright, crime scene. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. Come back down here, I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Gonna pull his badge out on me? Is he going for his gun? Nah, he's going for his badge. I was gonna say he's going for his badge. It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant's lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Now, I hope that it works out, though, because that sounds like it's a good, step in the right direction. It's at least good to listen to the song, though. Like, listen to the... Hopefully she listens to the song at first and just gets at least a grasp on it. Because obviously, like, that might also just influence the way that things are too. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't usually my gig. The Yadagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yadagarasu's characteristics. In order to assess if Miss Faraday really was the Yadagarasu or not. Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Yeah, I'm guessing so. It's at least a reference point. And it's not necessarily like one of those things where it's like, oh, you have to sing like this person. You just have to be yourself and sing that song. Some of your son pops. Because that's another thing that people can sometimes get, thinking. It's like, oh, I have to sing it like this person. It's like, no, just sing it naturally like yourself, and it will feel a lot more normal than trying to live up to some expectation that you may not even be able to reach. And just having the right guidance. That's why she's taking longer, to be honest, yeah. But that's a good thing, though. Like, if she's taking time with it, rather than rushing. Someone here wishes to see you. Yeah. Who is it? Kidnapping Embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. What's going on? Detective Bad and Misused moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin... I'll be right there. Wait, he's alive? Not to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. No. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. And there's Von Karma again, with his cane. Or his... Bad? Von Karma? It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when Liana Gravasa was involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. Yeah, no need to complain, at least that's... You are curious how she will go about it. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think it could be good. Like, sometimes it's just like a push in the right direction will get, is enough to think, or maybe just like how something can be thing, but if you think that they have the voice for it, then it's at least a start. It's like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. In terms of will she take her own kind of stance or copy it? It depends on how confident they feel in their own vocals. If they feel like they can live up to that range, it might be more closer to their own stance, but if they feel like they can't reach that, they might try and copy it, or they might just, like, it's hard to say. It's hard to say until you actually hear the first sound, or a sample of what you're expecting. But it's a start, that's the one thing, it's a start. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? Yeah, so I was right. Just what is this man doing, wandering around here? That Faraday, I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away, imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. Yeah, I'm sure I believe you. I believe you. It's not that, not that I don't. Sometimes it just takes a certain song to bring that out of an artist. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Franziska's here? Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? She doesn't quite have a whip yet, but she's got one of those, I don't know what you call them. Here for summer vacation, what else? Oh boy. Franziska von Karma, so she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also junior to me. Wait, what? Hang on one second. Oh, I thought for a second there I thought that they were saying that he... No. I thought that... For a second I thought they were just saying that Manfred von Karma had a child with a student of his, and then that was Franziska. But no, he's saying that she's also a student of von Karma, just a younger student of him. I was like, wait a second, that's weird. Because she's like 17 or whatever at this point, I think. But, yeah, I think so. Many coach at age 24. Kodopian embassy staff member, he was the suspect in the KGB. I thought for a second, I was like, wait, what? Von Karma has had a child with someone who was somehow, like, younger than Edgeworth, who's... How old is Edgeworth in this game? Doesn't say. You're the one who's junior to me, don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? If you're able to pass, I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you, never. She's gonna tell me how old she is. Not yet. Maybe after the... Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, you really assigning Miles Edgeworth cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident I can do a better job than him. Okay, how old is she? Yeah, she's 13 at the moment. So yeah, that would have been, like... If I read that the way that I thought it was, that would have been just straight up illegal. Oh, I don't know why I misread that. My mentor's daughter, studying to be a prosecutor in Germany, back on break. That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad? These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the case? This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. Crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yep, she still has all the, usual stuff. Yes, Papa. She doesn't have a whip yet, but, she has, one of those, like, baton thingies, I guess. Go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, Von Karma, I still haven't agreed to this. There's a lot of characters to voice in this section. The song is so catchy? Yeah. I mean, that's what you want. You want the song to be catchy? Probably the most catchy you've ever heard with the beat. That's saying a lot. I hope that it does work out though. Oh, I need to stretch. Whoever produced it, good on that. Do you mean, yeah. Wait, well, I know this person. something else. I'm like, wait a second, I thought I saw that somewhere else, that I saw something. I was like, no, that's not it. Oh, the original song, yeah. Actually, you know what? You can probably check that, actually. Who was the producer at the time for that song? Probably check it. Oh, do you mean for the music video? Because, like, music videos are a little bit different when it comes to thing, because obviously it's, who did actually? Oh, just in general?
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh yeah, they're pretty well known. The producer for this seems like they're pretty well known actually. I just looked them up real quick to see what they've done. Yeah, they produce for a lot of R&B and hip hop. A lot of people. In fact, this producer for that song you're doing, he actually was the one who discovered her. Without the video, like when listening, you can just hear the beat and you feel like, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, the producer of that song is the one who is credited with discovering her. And he did the entirety of her debut album as well. So yeah, it's the same person. The person who produced the album is the same person who discovered her. And he's worked with a lot of people. Beyonce, Britney Spears, Chris Brown, LL Cool J, Kanye West, Usher. So he's got a fairly decent, like, yeah. He's, I'm not saying he's like Pharrell Williams or anything, but he's produced, he has an entire production, like, list of everything that he's done on Wikipedia. Yeah. So, it's not like the guy doesn't know what he's doing, it's like he clearly does. He hasn't done anything for a long time though, in 10 years. Well, not 10 years, like, yeah. He hasn't done anything in a long time by the looks of this. He must have taken a long break. A really long break. Yeah. He must have taken a really long break for something. Because he only just came back last year, but his last, like, actual album that he produced, like, that he made himself, was like, there was a 9-year gap in between them. Just figured I would look it up just to see what was actually... Yeah, just figured I would look it up to see, like, who is this person? I want to see if it's anyone that's, like, actually super, super famous. And it's like, oh, it actually turns out that, like, you know, if you've worked with some R&B people, it's like, it's good to know. Been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us. Let's see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. You can still whip them. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see whichever one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. Crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. Reluctantly, by the sounds of it. Because is that a problem with beat making at the moment? I'm not sure. I'm not a music person, so... I always thought that, like, with certain, like, more popular people, that it was, like, too many... Was it too many samples that was a problem with making beats? That they often just recycle... A lot of popular singers just recycle other beats from other people, and there's a lot of piracy and stealing and not giving the right permission, and that's what I remember. Like, whenever I hear about stuff like that, it's like I'm pretty certain like just a lot of people just are lazy and don't want to make their own beats, so they just steal and sample stuff, and then they sometimes get caught, other times they don't. It's just like him, he never fails. I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. Better off checking things out on your own. Well, it seems like getting help from Detective Bad would be the most arduous task. Alright, now we get the investigation. September 10, 4:15 PM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. The only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the one common name. Competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. The person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. I take that as you accepting my challenge. Once again, whatever makes you happy. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Being to discover the truth behind a crime, how delightfully childish. Your kid's over there. Hold it. Kid? Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please. I'm gonna allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy. You're gonna watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. You prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. Her name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time... You're going to lurk now. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the luck. And we'll see you in the next... I'll see you whenever next time. And good luck with the track. Good luck with the track, and we'll see how it progresses. Yeah, keep me informed. I'm actually very curious to see how it turns out. I want nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. It will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. So naive. He's still threatening your salary this many years ago. As you do. Alright, investigation time. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. Leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kidnapping embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rudd was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? I feel like my gumshoe voice and my bad voice are melding together. And I want to do a younger version of Franziska, but like at the same time, it's like she's already kind of like ordering everybody around anyway, so I feel like she should still have the same voice that I was doing before. And why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in guise of prosecutorial evidence. Could have brought them out and attacked Mr. Rudd with it. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Just let Mr. Faraday attack Mr. Rudd first. Who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Yet, I feel like it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. Must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the one common name. This might be a good point to actually take a break. It's been 3.5 hours or so, and the ad's playing anyway, so... I'll be back in a minute or two, and then we'll go and start the investigation of this crime scene. So let me just... Give me a second or two to get this all sorted out, and then we'll come back and do what we're doing before. So I will be right back. I'm back now. Hang on a second. Let me catch up on chat because I. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me do this real quick. Just make sure everything's working again. Did close the door. Good. So if you want to stop by on my stream, we're streaming if you want to chat more about it. we're okay. I think we're fine for the investigation. No, I was just confused as all. I thought I was misreading something. I don't think that I am. I don't think that I am. I think that it's fine. Alright, where do we start? I think they want us to talk to Bad, so we might leave him to last. Which means we want to go around the entire room first. So... Also, Gumshoe's with us instead of, Franziska. What is it to come true? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, Belle. Perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Let me see you. Well, this thing is huge. And way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. Well, I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. I'm wondering if there's a reason why we haven't seen Bad around, because this is the first we're seeing of him, and where is he in the future? I also forgot to do this. About investigating. So excited, Belle. This is my first real crime scene. Let's get investigating. Should I have a gumshoe? I thought investigations were supposed to be conducted in a calm and collected manner. What do you know about running an investigation, little boy prosecutor? I know that at the very least I have a greater grasp than you of what happened to you. Why you? You don't know any more than me, Belle. Look, you just step behind me, boy, and out of the way. I want it coming from the guy that's been a step behind me the entire case. I don't know, I'm feeling it. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. Why do I overthink everything that I read and see? I don't know why. I need to stop doing that. I can't, it's hard, but that's just the way things go. I just feel weird about. I don't know what's going on today. I'm having a good time streaming. But the morning was actually really good. The morning was really good because I only had like a couple of streams up, and I was just able to get this game set up really fast, and it wasn't too stressful. But I don't know. Something feels off. Who would have thought it'd be my first case as a detective? You know, I get the feeling I'll be coming here a lot more in the future. It's a suspect detective. Of course not, pal. Anyway, this lobby's actually pretty luxurious. I mean, for the defendant's lobby, it's gonna be a pretty big TV. Oh, and there's that tea set on the table over there. But you didn't know that I like to drink tea? Well, this room really is decked out. It means spending time in here. Maybe being a suspect isn't such a bad idea after all. He is right. This room is rather well constructed. Because I guess I'm just talking to myself and I'm thinking to myself about things, but I mean, I should be happy today. Like today we got a resub, so to me that's a reason to have stream today. Somewhere in this room, the truth is slumbering. It's time to find it and give it a wake-up call. I don't know. I just feel something's off. Yeah, what is it, boy? All the people that call me that, this detective is by far the least qualified. I wanted to ask you about the investigation, how the investigation is proceeding. See for yourself, pal. Did I do a great, bad or what? Is this man not a professional bone in his body? Very well, then I will inspect the victim's bodies myself. Alright, so again, we're gonna took the bad last, I think. Window is open and it's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Like, I don't know what it is. The morning was good, like, the morning was good. I didn't have a lot of, like, annoyances with stuff with streaming. It got set up rather quickly. At least there's no way someone escaped through the window, pal. I wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after I fall from the 3rd floor. Willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows. No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. So I don't know if there's something that I just feel like is off that it's not, or if it's just some other thing, but I don't know. I don't think I'm doing anything incorrectly, like... I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. I think it has to might have to do with like the channel's grown a little bit in terms of followers, but it's more so like not like showing the numbers, I guess. And it's not even been because I was really doing anything. It was more so just like I've gained a lot of followers just from talking in other people's chats, but it wasn't even like, I don't know. I didn't ask for them or anything. It just doesn't feel, something doesn't feel right. Because I'm guessing it's because of stuff to do with the streams that I was in, but I just don't think. Like, last year, we played this game for so long. There were 3 games, and we played it for so long because, you know, there was like a lot of content, but I think it was because I was still on the verge of getting affiliated, so it felt like it was different, that it was like a joint group effort. But now that I'm affiliated, now that everything's already sorted out, it just feels now it's just... It's like, yeah, it's like there's no... I don't know. Like, I enjoy the game, I enjoy streaming, I enjoy watching other streams. I enjoy chatting with people. Guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these videos. I guess I'm just... I guess I'm just comparing myself a lot to other people that I see streaming, and it's like, I don't know why... I don't know why my numbers don't reflect what other numbers are. Thing, and it's like, I don't know if it's because I play the same game. I try to do variety stuff, and it's like, it just, nothing seems to click. Like, I try to let people vote on what games that I play. I try to do multiplayer games if I can, but it doesn't really thing. Like, I do speedruns for like my enjoyment, which is like variety in terms of those, but that doesn't seem to work. Even the stuff with the weekend streams, it's like, I just don't know. Sort of everything, when they were designing this courthouse, very nice. I don't know if it's because I've changed the time that I stream, I don't know if it's like, cause that's the other thing as well, it's like, it's not like I'm streaming for only like 3 hours, it's like I'm streaming for a long time, and it's just like, I don't know how... I just don't know. I don't think I have a good explanation of what I'm trying to say. It just doesn't feel like my efforts are providing as much anymore. Or maybe it's because I somehow think in my own mind that it's like, I'm doing this like massive amount of like watching. And it's not even massive compared to some other people that I know, and then it's like, I don't get why... And that's what makes me think that it's the content that I make. Should figure something out. This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. If you wish. Alright. Looks like Mr. Faraday fell into what Mr. Rell. First glance, it seems like they must have killed each other, however. Using logic, the logical conclusion is... What was that outburst for? My deductive instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that, it's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Alright. I don't know, I think I'm just talking to myself and just... I'm happy with doing what I'm doing, but I guess it's because I don't see the growth that a lot of other channels are getting, and I don't understand what the reasoning is. I mean, I feel like I've done the exact same thing all the time, and so you would think consistency would work, but I don't know. Mr. Faraday, how ironic is it for him to lose his life in a courthouse? Yeah, why did it have to be like this? Don't know what to say. Can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. And get back to work, find out the cause of this murder. Right, I'm on it, pal. So Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun. Because it does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science, even if I know how to pull a trigger. Well, I doubt I'll ever need to use one. Hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. It sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. Here's the police's screening procedure need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Was Faraday's evidence from embassy staff killing case, was Vandy's hand. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, Belle. I know that much, detective. Sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, Belle? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Plastic bags used to store evidence are strewn all over the floor. I'm assuming that we can... Oh, we can't even investigate the blood? Interesting. Sand is all black down there. See? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Mr. Faraday's ink on his left hand. Why is there ink on such a place anyway? An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. Feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, Belle? First he killed a Kidopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled in to protect the precinct several times for theft and assault, Belle. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. I need you to admit to killing Mr. Deadman. Hey, good point, Belle. I knew my detective intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition? Yep, do you know about it? There's a special feeling that all detect... We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. So Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hand. Some blood stuck on it. Then you must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. So Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? Should jot some notes down about it. I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rell's hand. So Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct? Can I check the evidence right now? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. You sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body position like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are. I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Abby? Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Come, Sue, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir, understood, sir. Alright. Something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Fountain pen in Mr. Faraday's pocket has an especially nice nib. Oh, you know, I always keep a pencil by my ear. It's because Detective Dad is always telling me. You should always write your own name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgettable individual. Wait, is there more? No, it's not. Wait, really? That actually just fell. How did that happen? How did my webcam just fall? Hang on, let me fix it. That's weird. That's not happened at all in my streaming thing. Let me fix that. You can see the window. I don't know why that fell. Nothing moved. Alright, let me position this again. It's weird that it fell. It's been in the same spot for 4 hours. I didn't move anything. Alright, let's see if that's better. I think that's better. Don't know why my webcam just randomly fell, but I guess it just decided to do that. Yeah. Alright, let me fix this up. Hopefully it's better. So Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. What's wrong, Detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Keep your mind on the case, alright? Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it is just discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Okay, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Okay. Sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, Belle. Apparently this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Any other... A knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Relic holding. Abby? Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Relic holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory, in any case. What a crazy way to go! Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. When it's pertaining to Byrne, Faraday, and Mackerel. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Can we look at this? Okay, victim, Byrne Faraday, age 40, Mackerel, age 32. Time of death, September 10th, approximately 4 p.m. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Remarks about the bodies, Faraday died of knife, stabbed to the chest. Rell died of bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. Wait, what? Oh, that's the picture. I was like, wait a second, it's not going to show me any more information? So it's just because it goes straight to the picture. So this is going to be relevant later, then, if that's the case. Gotta remember that. Never hurts to take another look. I'm assuming that means that there's some logic here. I didn't even check this. Mr. Faraday's holding a gun in his right hand. That's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right? I be your answer. Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic remarks. Ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you're better off going back to the academy. Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will you? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. I don't think there's anything else that should be here. Like, it's just the silhouettes of the things. It's just whatever. Alright. Again, I'm not gonna talk to Bad until later, because it seems like that's... Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, Belle. I know that much, Detective. Sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, Belle? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Looks like this sofa is ready to be disposed of. So soft I could sleep for all 25 hours of the day on this thing. If only I could dispose of him. You're sick of him from the very start. This decorative plant foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around him. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Can I talk to the forensics guy? I don't think we can. No. Okay. Let's go play with our tea set, shall we? Some plastic bags stuck up on the table. There's a tea set too. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Tea set and plastic bags on top of the table are completely undisturbed. Nice. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. This is a bag as well. Some stuff in the bag, pal. Suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence. I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Hang on, so I need to check something real quick. I think I... Like, wait a second, I recognize something. Usually I don't check my phone, but there's something that I needed to check. me check something real quick here. Is what I'm thinking. Okay, it's not. Okay, never mind. Can I talk to Franziska? No. I guess we just talk to the detective then. Then we do our logic. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Rel, looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. What would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? Now I've been downgraded to just boy. Is that it? I think that's everything. That should be all the, Oh my god, I just saw this I just saw an article, some guy beat Baldur's Gate 3. It took him 4,000 hours, I think it was. He beat Honor Mode at level 1. Insane. Insanity. Absolute insanity. I would never be able to do that. Okay, logic mode, we want, ink stain, fountain pen, then neat and tidy table, plastic bags. Ink stain, fountain pen. Also, if we fail here, we do get a, we do want to intentionally fail here, so we get a bad ending, so we're going to do that as well. Splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Who's also the lab guy? So we're going to intentionally fail. Detective Gumshoe confirmed that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand. I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Good if you say so, pal. Mr. Faraday's fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday. It looks like it has a quality nib. So we want to intentionally fail this, logic, so I get the first of 7 bad endings in this one. And I have not saved the game in almost 2 hours, so yeah. So we're going to intentionally fail, so we can get chastised by What are you hesitating for? I should have known you weren't ready yet. Sir, please wait. This matter should have taken more than 3 minutes to resolve, period. Franziska, you disappoint me as well. Now get out of my sight, the both of you. Papa, wait. Is this the best I could do? I just like how we could both just... I mean, both of us just get dismissed. Von Karma is just... completely like, just, no, we're done. Like, do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not, do any of that. Yeah. Should check something real quick. So that was our first bad ending. Right, and then we intentionally failed that. So we want need entire table with the plastic bag strewn on. It's a very tiny pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Please get that blood away from me, Belle. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Where'd you get a load of this, pal? It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. If you say so, leave it in your hands, pal. Plastic bag. One of the bags strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. Can't conclude that quite yet. Still something I find very peculiar. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. There is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. No way, pal. Really? Suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. Won't rest until I've inspected every... okay, this is where we have to do the deduce. So, gotta do this. And then the fountain pen. He has it in his right hand, so if he has it in his right hand... Oh, we can actually examine this now. Hang on, we can examine the pen. Crime scene notes. We already got the bad ending. Seems Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using very nice fountain pens. That's the total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all. Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine. Really? You think so, Belle? Man, I knew it was worth something. That wasn't exactly a compliment, Detective. This looks like this looks like a quality nib. Hey, let me test it out, pal. Oh, this is really... Oh, I got ink all over my hand. Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with evidence like that again. Why is it zoomed in? So weird. Alright, I don't think there's anything else we can investigate on that. Blood ears from Mr. Faraday. There are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? I don't think so. You only come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he's left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Oh, you're right, pal. It does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? Facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. Sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of violent intent who was serious about keeping the truth from us. There we go. Number 10, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Here's your autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Okay. Looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Sure we know everything? Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright if you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Alright. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. So, we're going to press the third statement, I think. Press the third statement, and then the new statement we do that. Right, so we just press every statement first, except for the third one. You truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. Right, skip this one. So we have to do that for later. Claiming speculation is fact already, don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rell. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here than you could whip a whip at. Looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. Looks like you're starting to see my point. I've as good as won our little competition. Something strange about Franziska's theory. Should compare her claim with the data I've gathered thus far. Just know there's a contradiction somewhere. So now we do the first of the third statement. So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled, and in the end Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide without further inquiring. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. About this statement, Mr. Rell used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. Well, you can easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do. Oh, that's what it is. I was wondering for a second, like, I couldn't remember what the thing was called. It's like, it's the thing that they used to whip the horses. I guess that makes sense, in terms of, it makes sense in terms of the, thing, because she has a whip in the other... She has a whip in the other one. Also, yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense in terms of the, she has the riding crop in this game, and then she gets the whip, like a full-on whip. Full-on whip the other time. So I guess, I think there were other characters that were like that as well. Kind of. How does one compare the damage a crop can do with the state of this room? Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that would be fine. Did she expend the... Did she, amend the statement? She did. It says that we're supposed to get a new statement. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday, because that was the new one. So then we present the... we say yes, and then crime scene notes. Off crime scene fell. So we present this. Two men were fighting. The struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. Detective Gumshoe testifies that he heard absolutely nothing. Placed too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. For the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. Then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Wait a second, I was supposed to push yes. There's no problem, right? That was not what I was supposed to do. Miles, I pushed the wrong thing by mistake. I've got to redo this again. Hang on, I accidentally pushed it. I suspect that something doesn't add up. It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Now I present it. I was supposed to say yes, there was something off. So then this is the crime scene, then the order of the bodies.
Take that.
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. You got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Getting your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. So you've been studying, Franziska. I just wanted to explain it to you as simple as possible. Before you foolishly pose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your options are valid. Still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Still got a ways to go. It's weird since I didn't got that. Why am I only getting that notification? What are you talking about? You're saying there's a flaw in my logic. Mr. Faraday died instantly. The fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in a sense. Why am I getting like a notification about that and then it's not even... Contradiction here in this crime scene is the order of events, the order the bodies fell, the evidence is back. It's the order the bodies fell. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this?
Who's that
Take a
Pokemon?
good look at the order in which the bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange that no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. Sure bounce back quickly. Explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove it wrong. Oh man, it's really cold. At least my hand is not as, At least my hand isn't like as cocked as it was before, but... It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. Two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. So we have to push the third statement. Just know that Franziska's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Okay, so skip the third statement.
Hold it. Objection.
About that. Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute? Franziska, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. I will hold on to it, alright, as I whip you. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind.
Hold it.
The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? Not at all. I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile.
Hold it.
I believe they fell in the exact same opposite order in which they attacked. Miles Edgeworth, you're not listening to a word that I'm saying. They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. Rell fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. Rell died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened. The two men attacked each other with Mr. Rell randomly falling down first. But the order that they attacked each other in was... Based on the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect that I'm having trouble swallowing. So it's the third one. Did I press this one already? I think I did? No, I haven't done it yet.
Hold it.
Not yet. What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rell by holding both the knife and revolver, and then... After Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. It's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. I'm assuming that I can save here because I do need to get another bad ending here. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. Oh, right. Don't see any point to that, but as you please. Okay, so now that fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Can I press this again? You're saying that they attacked each other at the same time from close range? Exactly. Mr. Faraday pointed the gun at Mr. Rell's chest and pulled the trigger. Mr. Rell then took the knife from Mr. Faraday and stabbed him before he fell unconscious. Instead, Mr. Faraday instantly fell on top of Mr. Rell from the stabbing, pinning Mr. Rell under him, where he died shortly thereafter. That's how they ended up on top of each other with no contradictions to be seen. Okay, so now we can present the thing here. Present the notes here. Neither man. So it's handgun neither, then handgun. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to intentionally lose the argument here, so when I get a chance to present evidence, which is right now, yeah, handgun, neither man, and then handgun again. And then we go back down to another statement. Okay. So we save the game here, so we can present the evidence, the wrong evidence. Or disgrace to the fun common name. Did I have it all wrong? Yep, alright. So now we just present the wrong evidence until we get the next bad ending. Franziska, I advise you take a look at this piece of evidence. And what are you trying to say with this? Saying that this piece of evidence doesn't contradict my testimony. Miles Edgeworth. Just face it, I'm going to win our little competition. I have to calm down and do a better job of finding a flaw in our logic. There's a clear contradiction in your line of logic. It's just the same. Maybe no, exactly. Did I have it all wrong? Okay, I think I've got all three different lines now. This way to lose the truth for all eternity. Need to pay more attention to her testimony. That's fine, we're doing that on purpose. appear that I am the victor. Wait a second, Franziska. I don't need to hear any more from you. They've always fought. Only I am worthy of the uncommon name. Is that really the best I could do? Alright, now we can reload. Okay. So now we present the correct evidence, which was like handgun, neither hand, oops,
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range. Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it's written in the crime scene notes. Firing the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. Two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. With there being no chance of Mr. Rell moved that far, but in short, that leaves only one possible explanation. But a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right. Then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? Person that attacked first with motives of intent, that would be Mr. Faraday, Mr. Rell, or neither man. It suggested that neither of them did that. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. So, third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. Miles Edgeworth. There's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played on your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If the third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. Prove that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. Or present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. Princess Piece of evidence proves there was a third person involved. The handgun.
Take that!
Got him Mr. Faraday's hand. The plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? According to Ganchu's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. I mean, someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. You don't see the possibility in this? Regarding the gun, for the moment. It's high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. The culprit had the knife with a plastic bag around it. Could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. That was weird, it just... Looks like we've still got a long way to go with this investigation.
Objection!
Wait, what? That's a new one. Oh, and there's the judge too. Which we've not seen the judge outside of the area, like standing up and doing stuff like this before. He's just been seated. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Ganchu under arrest. What's the meaning of this? Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare! A detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. So I ask that you please explain that last sentence. That you explain that last statement. Sorry with my eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would the detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe? Did you kill Faraday? Of course not, sir. It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single paper was struck. Is that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. I'll spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. It was really here. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
It's too bad. I ask you please don't act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Oh, right. Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of one karma, after all. Therefore, before you take the Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask the Gumshoe about? Motive for the murders, why he wasn't in the hallway, state of the hallway. It would be the motive for the murders. I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? I'm sure you've got a grudge against Faraday or anything. Oh, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I'm not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. And one more motive, Edgeworth. I've one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? Oh, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is in the perfect explanation. Serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Okay, now we have to do the pressing of the statements again. Return to the pressing of the statements, and then it's like, what? Part 5. Yeah. Wait, how did I... I don't know how I missed that one. It's alright. There we go. Don't know what happened there. About a week ago, I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." Brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. It's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? Totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. I don't know. Obviously, we know that it's not Gumshoe, because if it was Gumshoe, like, he wouldn't be in the future. That's the one other problem as well. It's like, you know that the people that, like, Miles, like, Franziska, you know that all these characters think so, you know that they didn't do anything. We can't trust anything you say. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. There are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Let's use perfect explanation. It may not be so perfect at all. Yep. We already... So, press the fifth statement. A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way, I only met him in person today. How did you know about Detective Gumshoe? I've seen him around before.
Who's that Pokemon?
Mr. Faraday was upset. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. There was totally beat red in the face. Your favorite detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? Completely innocent, I tell you. Poor man. She just can't stop laughing. It's quite the same to the detective. Just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say, it was really enjoyable too. That's why when I saw the Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way. Thought it was because I had something stuck in my face. What'd you do? What have I got stuck on my face? Start with your eyes, nose, mouth, and oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Oh man, messing with your head is just so much fun. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony, please. Sure, why not?
Hold it.
Couldn't you detect a salary right off the bat like that? Really familiar with the way you guys relate. Is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? Something natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bear, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Okay, so this is the statement we want to press. And then we want to raise an objection, and then do the stuff with the, motive. There's also a bad ending here as well if we present the wrong evidence, which we will get in a second.
Hold it.
Call your explanation perfect. Is that not to your liking? Fortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Something you want to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. Alright. If you could clear one thing up for me. How Mr. Faraday was killed, motive for killing Mr. Rel, or Faraday in, actually, have I got anything new? Not yet. I said that it can't choose a potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Should we look into that ourselves? In that case, I've absolutely no idea. That's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? Makes me laugh. Didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. You know, the way I see it, as long as he had a move to kill one of the two, this crime would have been played out the way it did anyway. Would you care to explain your logic? This time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that? Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. We should both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the man. Someone out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel? All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness of Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. Okay. So this time we want to present on... We're just presenting here, so we can press everything and then we have to present, but we're going to intentionally fail to get another bad ending. So second bad ending we go. Oh, third bad ending, sorry. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? Take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. Another hard look at the evidence of this morning's case. Some KG8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member. Two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Someone else I'm overlooking, who is somehow related to them. Hi there, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Are you doing well today? We are, despite being in the future, we have gone back to the past in this game. And we are investigating the very first case that we ever took. You've been lurking? Have you been doing well though? I'm assuming that that means that you've been busy today, doing something. I assume it's something Discord related. Alright, press all the statements because we have extra stuff to do. So there's no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. For sure no one likes, like that was here in this courtroom today. You've just been okay? Yeah. I don't know, today was a very quick morning, but like, I don't know, as time goes on, I've just got done doing a watch party with Sleepy, shooting shit about watching Code Lyoko. Now I'm just streaming Summer Wars while you're watching it on my own. Ah, I see. So you did a watch party today? She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. So you need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. I don't know, today started out very well. I wasn't getting like super like bothered by messages or thing. It was just a nice easy morning, and then as time has gone on, I just don't know how I feel. I don't know. I don't know.
Hold it.
It's almost like a day that's not chaotic doesn't feel like a normal day, because it just feels like it's very slow. But then at the same time, if you're doing way too much, then you get distracted earlier more, and then you have less things that you're able to do that you were planning on doing. So, I don't know. I feel like it's just me. Okay, so aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? I don't know, in some ways I feel like I'm doing something like wrong, but at the same time, it's like I don't really know, because it's like, it's not really any different to what I already am doing, so I don't know. After all, who doesn't garner scorn after another simply by being alive? Anyone who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. You got rid of that bot again, the Twitch alerts bot? Yeah. I noticed that as well. I was like, why is it telling what I got a message this morning, I think it was, or the thing is like, why is it saying that I was streaming at this point in time and it clearly wasn't. It's weird. It was showing 2 different times. It was like on a super delay. It's like, that's not right. I wasn't streaming at like 11 PM, like... is it the 3rd segment or the 4th segment I was supposed to skip? No, represent actually, so we're just doing this. I don't know what's going on with that bot, it's just weird. Why is my chair sinking? It feels like I'm sinking to the abyss again. You did a test earlier with the self-hosted bot, went live, nothing, but pretty sure you figured out why. Yeah, I've got no idea with those bots, I've never used them, so... I think I kind of just like the idea of just whoever turns up kind of thing. But I get it. What do you think the problem was? So if there was a big red power button on the bottom that was red. So you're saying that he was basically silenced. Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Well, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective. Where's the star? There you go. Oh, you didn't have it active. Okay, that explains it. So you didn't push the big red button. Which, I don't know, every time I see a big red button in a movie or something like this, I just keep imagining people telling us like, what does the big red button do? And someone just goes and pushes it. So literally all you had to do was just push the red button.
Who's that Pokemon?
Detective Gumshoe, you would kill even me? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here. Your Honor, take a look around. We're not in court right now. We'd greatly appreciate if you would stay here with us in reality. Please forgive me. I know not what I do. Pretty sure, because it didn't even see your chat, because there again it also does a lot on your Twitch channel. Yeah. I just remember when I was seeing it, it was like every, 4 minutes. Every 4 minutes, it was basically saying, this person's live, this person's live. I think, Fox had, 50 plus notifications at one point, in one of the streams. And it was, every 4 minutes. It wasn't like it was every, it was alternating between times. It was, and that was why I was thinking that there was some sort of cooldown, and some sort of, cooldown that was turned off, or some sort of thing that was accidentally ticked, that said to remind people every so many minutes that this person was live. But then you said that that wasn't the case, so... And you there, monsieur. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I'll whip you into shape. It's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. You're going to try to erase the witness, Mr. Rell.
Hold it!
I didn't do it, pal. on your side, you have no control for cooldown on that bot. It's so weird, though. I think it's weird that, like... Why is it causing problems now, but, like, every other time that it's tried in other streams, other Discords, it works. Like, all these problems happen when you want to do something for yourself, rather than just in a general thing. No hard feelings, I don't think you can take the word of a criminal seriously. We can think up ways to set up a crime scene. I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal? Shouldn't put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy, I bet you thought it all up by yourself, right? Yeah, that's right. I worked real hard at it, too. This proves one thing about this detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. Because, like, imagine if someone asked, like, hey, I need to figure out how to do this, and then you said, this is how, and then it works, and then you can't get it to work. The thing, it's like, I just don't understand. Technology sometimes. Technology just sometimes decides, today I'm gonna be a bot. And just this one time, it happens with everything with technology. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. It's okay, this new bot, once you figure it out, also has a way to set it up for it to ping people you follow. It's meant more just so, it's a different setup. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like it's a handy tool. Should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. So we want to present the evidence here, but we want to intentionally fail, so... we're gonna do right now. Yeah, if you decide to do the full setup, you can get rid of all your Twitch bots. It does the same as, well, minus Sari. I would still keep Sari. It's, like, the most useful. It's the most useful bot in terms of thing. Plus, it's also good for getting other people to use it. It's a few people that I know, I got them to use it, and they've enjoyed having it there as well. It's just so weird that, in the last, like, week, I've seen, like, three art channel scams, and it was like from actual people talking in stream. There's been at least not in my there was one in my stream, another one in a friend's stream, but yet I've not had one talk to me. I've had not one talk to me in months. It's been months since they've actually talked in stream. Did I save? I did. So what did you think about this? Someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Use your own brain and figure it out yourself. It's my advice to you. See, I'm terribly sorry to have bothered you with such a mundane question. To be so serious? Tell you what, I'll toss in another piece of advice. No way does my testimony contradict with that piece of evidence. Should have known. And even then, some bots are getting past Seri. But I think you can still easily get by them anyway. There's a glaring flaw in your testimony, and this piece of evidence will prove. I'm surprised that they didn't, like, try something different, but... now the scam is, now there's people that are saying, oh, there's somebody in your Discord that is, doing something, and they try to convince you to make them a moderator in a Discord. Because I saw that happen in Savada's channel, I saw that happen in someone else's channel, like, they mentioned about, like, oh, such and such person is, someone in your Discord channel is doing something. It was weird. That's the new one, though. Just randomly make this person who just joined the thing, like, randomly make them a moderator, you know? Like, that's what they want you to do, but you can avoid that. Exactly, it's so funny. So you're a disciple of Unkarma. I'll wait to see what kind of prodigy you really turn out to be in court. Because right now you're a prodigy among mistaken buffoons, that's for sure. Miles Edgeworth, you would take your punishment for soiling the good name of Unkarma. Your simultaneous rebukes are punishment enough. So I thought that they were evolving, but they're really just devolving. Like, if anyone knows any better, like, they can just check the Discord and see that there's nothing happening. Like, they're not gonna just make some random person their moderator and just say, hey, like, I need you to, you know, I'll help out with that. It's like, that's not how it works. And I wish that they would, like... First it was, like, follow bots, then there's, like, oh, the damn, like, affiliation, like, stuff. I've seen crypto ones. Then there's, like, depending on what, certain, multiplayer games have their own ones, like, there's bots that are made specifically just for people who play Fortnite, like, telling people to use, their code in the shop, like, they've got bots for everything, if they really wanted to. I'm surprised they haven't tried to do other things, but it's so weird. But then again, I don't play Fortnite, so I don't have to worry about that. I mean, we're intentionally failing, so it's good. That's why moderators exist and my Seri exists. It's so it just deals with all this stuff, so I don't have to. Thing, but it. Please, this piece of evidence contradicts your statement just now. Mr. Ryan says that you please take a good look at this. I didn't do anything. I can already tell that it doesn't contradict the thing I said. Yep. I see. She's fearsome when she's not doubled over in laughter. I must tread carefully here. Think about it, though they build these bots which take time to code. They could make 100 times the cash programming for an actual company. Very sad. Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, other stuff like that with, like... There's even been times where bots have argued with each other over a streamer as well. I've seen that happen in a chat. I just think people just don't, like... Again, you see the... Part of me thinks that, are these people forced to do this? Or do they, I'm trying to think to myself how this happens, right? Like, how does this actually happen? Like, did they just put out a damn Craigslist, like, advertisement saying, hey, we're looking for young and upcoming, like, people that want to do this. Like, how do they find all these people that are just, like, that want to do this? You know, because you see videos on YouTube of people hacking the hackers, people controlling the cameras and going inside these, the actual thing. You know, there was an arrest that happened a few days ago where, like, 200 people were all, like, lined up against their desks, all getting arrested. Like, you know, like, I often wonder how how do these people get, like... How do they recruit people for this thing? Do they do it by force? Do they scam them and threaten them by saying, if you don't come and help us do something, we're gonna, like, do something? I don't know, like... There has to be a limitation to these things. Like, someone has to decide and wake up in the morning, you know what, I want to be a scammer today. I want to, you know, take people's money. It's like, I don't know how it starts, to be honest. If I'm intentionally failing. What am I doing? Yeah. My time here. So I really don't know. I've never thought about it. I've just always messed around with these people on the phone. Or at least I used to before I cut the landline. We cut the landline because, no joke, we got, I think within a span of an hour, 6 different scam calls. 6 different scam calls in an hour, and no joke, 3 of them were from the same person. You watch enough scam bait videos, most think it's a normal telemarketing company on the phone. Yeah, I know how they work on the phone, but I was talking more so like the people that are behind the phone call. Like, it's not like there's an open application for people to be like, I'm a thing. So maybe that's what you're saying. Like, maybe they think that it's just a normal telemarketing company. They get hired, and then it's like the thing. But then I also think about it this way. And it's like, okay, if you entered into a telemarketing company job and then you found out that they were scamming people, why would you then go and do that in the first place? Like, if I walked into a telemarketing center and they told me, okay, you're going to sit on this computer, you're going to read all these dialogue, and you're going to scam people, I would have quit right then and there. If anything, I would have reported the company and said, nah, this company is like, is terrible, but, you know, I don't know. I really don't know. It's like common sense. I convinced someone on the phone that I lived in 123 Fake Street and that I wasn't able to get to a bank because there was flooding happening, and they actually told me, can you take like a rowboat to the nearest 7-Eleven. Like, they were that desperate. They wanted me to get to the nearest 7-Eleven to get some money out, and I told them to... I told them First off, more of a poorer company. Second, they don't say it like they tell people it's a legit job till they realize it, and a lot of them then do quit. Yeah. So it's just, I guess it's just the 1% that stick around, you know, that are just, yeah. Like, I've never seen it myself to know, like, I have only dealt with these people on the phone, and I've also gotten to a point where I was messing around with them so much that they put their supervisor, quote-unquote supervisor, on the line, and then this guy has like a completely different voice, and he's trying to be threatening on the phone, and he's like, oh, stop joking around, or whatever, and doing things. I remember another one started like insulting Australia and saying like, oh, you're just upset that India beat Australia in the cricket, and I'm just thinking to myself, I don't even really care. Like, it's just hilarious. I've had people on the phone start swearing at me, and yeah, they get super mad, but it's just funny. It's funny to me, because I'm not even doing anything of importance. I'm just messing around with these people for an hour, and just leading them around over and over and over again. And my mindset's always been, hey, if I waste someone's time for an hour just leading them down the garden path, they're not going to take as much time to be able to scam somebody else. Now I'm of the mindset of, I don't need to deal with them anymore. The only stuff that I get now is like the random, like, oh, you have a eBay package, you have an Amazon package, oh, you used a certain type of card, and then just the stuff that happens on Twitch, which, again, it's the same things, exactly the same all the time on Twitch. And I've done stuff with network security and like computer security, so it's like I know what they're, I know that when they want you to download TeamViewer onto your computer, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to show your computer screen so that they can see it and then they can do whatever they like. Because once you give away certain details, unless they're standing at the front of your property with a laptop ready to do something, they can't gain access to anything with that sort of stuff. You had one call and said he was the DA for California, had a warrant out for the... Yeah, we had that as well. I've had that... I had one where it said, yeah, I've had several phone calls where it's told me that they had a warrant out for my arrest, and I'm like, okay. I think I just told one of them, yeah, okay, you know where I live, send them over. Sure enough, nothing happened. You got mean, you said last I checked California does have a slur. He said he's like sending the police into your place. I can just imagine, like, you don't even live in California, and it's like completely different states, like. Yeah, okay. Have you even been to California? In the first place? Like, for them to have even been able to do anything? But no, I told these people that I lived in 123 Fake Street. They didn't call back in for like a month. And then I remember there was another call where we gave fake names. We gave fake names. And we said, no, this isn't us, we're actually this person and this person. And like several months later, they actually ran back and gave those names. And they actually said, is this person and this person? We said, no, they don't reside here. We just kept going on a loop. We kept going on a loop and changing the names every single time. And every time they would ring back every so many months later and just say, oh, is this person and this person? And we say, no, this is actually this person and this person. And they kept changing their minds all the time. Alright. Is there anything else you'd like to share? Miles, why aren't you fighting back? Because I have nothing to fight back with at this point in time. Do it, sir. Please help me. That's the way it is, Mr. Bad. I'm sure. Just come along quietly, alright? But, sir... It's just weird. See, I always thought that it was like... I wonder if it's a specific thing with certain different countries, because for me, the people who call up on the phone, they're either Indian or they are, it's either Indian or Chinese. So I don't know if it's different for other countries. Like, do you still get the same call center people? Because we get a lot of, it's always like Asia. It's always usually the Asian continents. I've never had a Nigerian prince call me, so I'm upset about that. I've never had that happen in my life, and I'm very disappointed that I didn't get to contact a Nigerian prince. So I'm still waiting for him to call me, so I can get that scam. Alright, now we do the actual stuff. Present on the first, then talk, then presents. Okay. Presents the incident review. India, China, and Jamaica. Yeah, that's about right. I can't say I've had a Jamaican call center before. Although the person who was the quote-unquote supervisor, they were not Indian or thing. They were like, I'm assuming that when they call their supervisor over, it's probably somebody it's probably someone who's like the head of it, because obviously they're gonna hire people that have no clue what's thinking. Again, I've watched The Beekeeper. I loved the Beekeeper movie, and that's just what I imagine. It's just basically a bunch of people all in a building, and none of them they know what's going on, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, they're just there to do something, but yeah, they're just the head over for that shift. And they always try and put on this really intimidating voice, like, like they're threatening you, and it's like, no, that's, it's just funny. Because you'd rather not bring this person up. There were people that I knew that anytime they would get a scam caller, they would, Jim Browning, he actually hacks their CCTV. Yeah, I've seen those videos. That's where I said, there was a video I saw where like 200 people got arrested for thing, and they just had them all lined up on their at their desks. It's really bad. It just, we need some sort of task force, but the problem is that they're all operating on international grounds, so it's hard to do all that in a way. It's too hard. So more so, it's just about education. That's the one thing that it really is, to be honest, is just it's the 1% of people that get scammed that will keep them doing it. So if you educate as many people as possible, and they're eventually gonna stop. They just eventually will stop. Are you serious? There's like this person. What are you doing? I should just report this person, to be honest. I honestly should just report this person for thing. This person has 132 people watching, and it's literally just fake views. That was him and another scam bait who actually in India worked together. Oh, I see. That's actually really nice. Yeah. Again, I like to, I think it's just more education. I just want to, it's better to educate people about, these things, and then eventually it will stop. They'll never go away completely. It's more so just making sure that the older generation actually get thing, because a friend of mine actually, they got home from university and they came home and their grandmother was on the phone to one of the scammers, and they had them downloading and installing certain software onto the computer, and at that point he picked up the phone, hung up on them, and then deleted out all the software. So they were probably close to losing a lot of vital information. Looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowell. Yeah, it's like drugs at this point. They'll just find a new way to do it. That's the one thing. I mean, even legitimate companies find a way to do it. Look at these bushfires that happen. Look at these events that happen in the US with flooding and other things like this. Like, they have professional companies, I say quote unquote professional, find loopholes all the time to screw people out of insurance money. And to me, it's like, yeah, that's just, it's not a scammer in the same way as like ringing you up on the phone like this, but it's a scammer in like, you put trust into these companies, and then they find a way, some sort of legal loophole to screw you out of insurance, and it's like, that's not right to me. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG8 incident, and a member of the Codopian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. Yeah. That's why I said it's more about education. Drugs aren't ever gonna go away. I'm not saying that they should ever go away. Like, obviously, the stigma around marijuana is, and weed is really stupid, and it's being proven, even still to this day, that it can be used Walmart was taking out life insurance policies on certain employees. I didn't even know that. I know stuff here. Banks were still, banks were caught out, still charging people. Were still taking money out from people that had passed. Banks was other stuff was taking out. People were still being taxed even though they had passed away. And of course, like these things go away. A supermarket here was doing charity fundraising for the farmers during the drought, which we have droughts quite often. And they got found out, and they were not donating any of that. All of those proceeds were, one, not being donated to the farmers, and two, they were taking way more money than they should have been. So they were promising like every dollar or every like so many dollars would go towards farming, and they did not deliver on that, and they got caught out on that as well. It's terrible. Not all charities. Non-for-profit charities are, non-for-profit charities tend to, be pretty, alright. Very many came to visit you, earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kidnapping embassy staff, Mr. Rell. The man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Like, my problem with a lot of the bigger charity organizations is the profit ones have been around for so long, but they take so much percent of it. If they didn't take that, they would probably be able to do a lot more than what they already do. But especially since charitable donations is considered like a tax write-off for, depending on what it is, of course. Non-profit charity hosts an event where you think the cash for that comes from. Oh, non-profit charity hosts an event, where do you think the cash for that comes? Ah, yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. It depends. Sometimes it can come from, just, the organizers or the people themselves, or, like, donating their time for free. But, yeah, none of them ever give it all away. But some give away more than others. Telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men. Yeah. Suppose he might have a reason or two. You cover for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Yeah, it still comes out of donations. I get what you mean. It's just like how, like, in the previous generation, like, a lot of these, charities still exist because they take, they're not non-for-profit. They take a profit from those, donations. And if they didn't, it would probably be for the better because more research would get done. Much faster, but it's just like how if somebody tomorrow came up with a medicinal drug that cured all illnesses and cured all cancers and cured all things, that would never get to see the light of day because that would put all of the other chemical and medicinal industries out of business because this one person would make this one miracle drug and then there wouldn't be any need to make medicine anymore. If it evidenced the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. Then do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manicochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. There's this old saying here from, I believe, the 60s or 70s when hitchhiking was very popular. Ask grass or gas. Oh. Ask grass or gas, nobody rides for free. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I just wish that it was like that. But, yeah. It's... I think it's hard. That's another thing where it's like it's hard. I think it's hard for people to see a large amount of money, like in the millions, for donations, and think, oh, do I have to give all this away for free? But I think it takes a more strong-willed person to say, yes, it is possible to go and give this away for free because it's going to help out so many more people than I ever could myself. So if I ever did charity fundraising, or if I did anything like that, it would be like 100% to the charity, not to profit myself, because that just doesn't, like, that's the one thing. Like, you know, when Mark Zuckerberg donated all that money to that one charity, he could have also just given the entire world fresh drinking water for that same amount of price, and it's like, I would rather give the drinking water to the people that need it than donate it to one charity that's only going to have one purpose, and it's still going to be around until the end of time. You should have the right to own your own land. I think that should be something. Because stuff like that happens here as well, where, you know, all of a sudden the government can just tell you, oh, you know, we're building a monorail today, or we're building a railway or a train station, oh, but we can just take your land away, you don't own it. You should be allowed to say, this is my piece of land, and, you know. Why is that? Gucci was up in the viewing gallery, watching the trial. So I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on this guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we still have is Detective Gumshoe. Yeah. It's not great or loss for cash, it's just you want to have, I feel like it should be, you know, I think there should be rights to say that, you know, you own the area, the land that you live in. And if anything, if you choose to sell up, it then just means that you're essentially... Why do you think the housing market's so bad, though? It depends. It depends on every country. It's a little bit different. I think the reason the housing market's bad here is because a lot of foreign investors are buying up all of our houses. And a lot of stuff happening here now is they're making flats. Like, if somebody sells a house, that house isn't staying there. They're making flats. Eventually, that's what they want to do. They're just going to keep making flats, and corporations buying stuff up. But for here, it's mostly foreign investors, and they've even had to put caps on that as well. Where if you from another country, that you can only buy so much before it's considered like illegal. Does it stop everybody? No, but it's also to try and stop a lot of the illegal like immigration stuff as well, because a lot of people from foreign countries will buy up these houses, and then they'll have 8 or 9 people all living in these houses at once, and yeah, obviously that's going against our laws. Come on, Mr. Detective Bad, you gotta believe me, sir. It really wasn't that hallway the whole time, sir. Never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then you were saying there was someone else you passed through the hallway. There was no one else, sir. Why should I believe you didn't do it? In Tennessee, it's people from California doing it, or to flip them, that has caused your bubble here as well. Yeah, see, in your situation, at least it's from your own country. Here it's not. This is a lot of Indian and Chinese investors are the ones that are coming here and doing it. Especially the Indian ones are doing it because they're using them for you know, housing like 8 to 9 different people. There's always something. That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. To admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. The detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent. I think he would, at the very least, offer up, like, I spaced out while on duty or the like. Come on, come shoot, time for your interrogation. Did I do everything here? I think I did. We're gonna talk to you and then present the file again. That's why I said it's bad for everybody. In one way or another. And people might say, oh, people are being selfish about certain things. Is it sad? You want to do a false start on OBS to test your theory with that bot? I mean, there's nothing that's stopping you from testing to see if you think it'll, you know, work or not. And it's not like it's going to be an inconvenience to anyone. Because it is your Discord server. You don't like doing that a lot because you're in a lot of you're on a lot of Discord bots. Oh right, you're on a lot of Discord bots. I was gonna say, is there a way to launch a stream without going live, but it still can be tested? Because I mean, if you really have to, just wait until you do your normal stream. That way, it won't feel like it's just wait until you do a normal stream again. Like, if you really, really have to, just wait. You know, a day or two isn't going to make any difference. That is it, sirs. That's right, everyone. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? I guess I don't need to interact with these anymore because I've already interacted with them, so we're gonna leave it alone. Alright, we'll talk to her now. So there is a way to do a bit of contact. I've never actually tried. I know that you can do a recording, but that recording doesn't go live is the problem. I would honestly just wait. Because if anything, it's going to be a quick, like, it's just a test. Your test can be the first live case. What do you want to ask me about? KG8 incident. Current case of the murdered Kidnapping embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG8 incident. Among you law enforcement types. What about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG8 incident. Appreciate it if you stop at the false accusations. None of them are being shouted out when you go live, but first we're on a big server, really don't matter, but it helps me also know when some of you will go live and you'll observe it. I mean, I don't feel too bad about it. It's fine because if it doesn't alert, it also other people also know when I'm going live because it's also like I post it up in multiple places and also it's not like that big of a deal to me. We all are kind of growing together, and if someone's busy streaming or not busy streaming, they're probably going to be around anyway. Keep in mind, you do have a self-promo channel. You do, but I just haven't been using it because most of the people that are in that Discord are on other Discords anyway, so I just promote their like in the thing anyway. Plus, I don't want to like abuse the self-promo channel because it happens in other Discords and happens with other people, and it annoys me, so I wouldn't want to overly spam like a promo of a stream when most people probably already get a notification for it in some way or another. Because I have been noticing, like, again, I'm not going to mention names, but there are certain individuals may I ask you to? I'm also going to ask others because it actually goes to a friend channel as well. I mean, I can put it there if you want me to. I'll from tomorrow's stream onwards, I'll post in. I'll start posting in the South promo and see what happens. She loves the idea of intermingling servers. Yeah. Okay, if that's the case, I'll go and try that as well. I can put that in there. That's perfectly fine. I wasn't aware that that was actually happening, that happened with that thing, so I can post something up on there. You didn't have to get the order book worked out. Yeah, I'll post stuff in the self promo then and see what happens. It's fine. If it helps out with testing and stuff. Places outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? Now, I'm just weary of certain... I'm just weary about certain people, I guess, but... I'm kind of reaching a point now where it's like I'm getting follows from people randomly in other streams when I'm just talking in general, and it's like this follow for follow stuff is getting really, really tiring, but at the same time, it's also like I've never been at a point where people have constantly kept asking me to watch streams, or I'm getting a ping from a Discord channel where I'm just waking up in the morning and I'm getting a ping to say, come watch my stream. Or somebody's saying, like, do you want to play this? Even though I've told them that I don't play this. Or, yeah, it's like, yes, I could ban them, but I also am like, I am trying to be wary of my own channel, and I don't want to tank my own channel just by doing that. So I kind of just put up with it because, I fear that my thing, and then I also look at it this way though, it's like I'm not really getting anything out of it from other people that are also saying this, so I don't actually know what's happening. Like, I don't know why I can't get out of my head that I have to do a certain thing in a certain way. I really don't know. I really don't know. I have not talked to many people about it. It's getting to me. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. It's getting to me because I see the numbers of other streams, and I'm wondering why am I not reaching this point? And I mean, yes, you could say maybe I repeat the same a lot of games a lot of times. It's just the way that I play, though. I'm a single player enjoyer. I'm a single player enjoyer. I don't play a lot of multiplayer games. I try to do a little bit of variety here and there. I can't do a new game every day. Like, my brain will not allow me to go from one game to another 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 game. It's hard. Because I need to manage one game at a time. So I think I have a block where I just play a single player game all the time, and then I have a couple of streams where I do something different. Yeah, I know exactly that you do. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying that I think I let things like this get to me because I see the performance of other channels. And then I'm like, why am I doing something wrong? Is somebody else doing something that I don't know? And it's like, I don't really know, because a lot of the people that I see are doing, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. And so I just, I get into a mindset where it's like, I want to do what I want to do, and if people show up, they show up. And if they don't, then it's fine. And if they don't show up, it's usually because if I appear in their stream, then that's like my interaction, like right there. That's how I'm fine with that. Yeah, I don't know why your number suddenly grew. I'm wondering if it's because times? it's fine for you saying I get it, but it's because I see the numbers anyway. I see the numbers anyway, and I probably start, like, even if I start super early, it's like, it's still late for a lot of other people. And it's like, the only way for me to change it would be to reverse my sleep schedule. It's like, I'm not doing that. I can't do that. Can such a serious face in front of me? Yeah, I just want to do my own thing. I want to do my own thing, and it's not like I am, you know, completely failing on all fronts or anything. It's just I talk about this. I think it's also just because, like, you know, why is someone with 15 viewers asking me to watch, giving me an everyone tag and telling me to watch their stream? It's like first of all, if I'm already, you know, following you, I'll watch when I can. Like, I will watch when I can. I don't need to be told when to watch a stream. I will watch the stream when I can watch the stream. I will not watch the stream while I'm in stream. I will not, like, you know, if I see someone spamming the promotional channel and I don't see them in anyone else's, like, stream, then it's like, you know, if they're playing the same game all the time, then I don't need to see Fortnite every single day. And yes, I'm guilty of this too, but at least the reasoning for me doing so is because I'm trying to set other things up, and I don't want to stop streaming because and take a couple of days off to do that. But please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm gonna make any headway like this. Just gonna have to show her. Yeah, you've never asked, and I've never asked. The only time I think I ever asked people to watch my stream was, like, a few months in when I was trying to fix that problem that I had, because I was trying to see and test if other people could see my VODs, because if they could see my VODs, I knew that there was something wrong with my live, but because I was such a small streamer at the time, it's like yeah, but some people think, oh, you're just begging for it, like, this is what some people are like, you know how they tell people don't meet your heroes? Well, let's just say that, like, I was in a stream with someone that basically, like, inspired me to want to start streaming, and it's like, I feel bad that this was a person that I looked up to because of stuff that they've said in their streams, and stuff that they said to me in streams. And it's just like, I don't know. It's super bad that some people think that way. That I have proof of your connections, and I'm not even saying that I'm the best. I'm not the best in terms of, like, being able to watch as many streams as possible. There are plenty of people out there that are better than I am. A lot of people can watch streams while they're streaming. I can't do that. Like, I've already made it clear to people that I can't do that. I've already made it clear in the past. I've even shown people live on stream that I can't do this, and it's like, some people just don't want to take no for an answer, and maybe I should just start taking, you know, things for an answer, and just, like... But I feel like that's just going into a level that I don't feel like I need to do. Yeah. Why don't you tell me exactly how I relate to the thing? Through the suspect to the victim to the lead prosecutor. Through the victim. Yeah, I get it. That's the way that it is. And it's like, and then, like, even though everyone has a similar network and a similar community mindset behind things, we don't always rate the same people all the time. It's got based on time zones, it's based on what game we're playing, it's based on if there's a non-affiliate online, it's based on if there's someone else that might be thinking, like, there's so many different factors, and I also look at it like, if I come into someone's stream, I'm seeing them, so it doesn't feel like they need to oblige me by coming into my stream at the same time. It's not how I want things to work, because I want it to be natural. I want it to feel normal. And so yeah, I know that like I don't see a lot of people, but I do see them in, you know, other ways, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I completely understand why. I completely get it. Make that person's you know, give that person, like, some encouragement. I get that. I completely get that. Because I've done that in the past as well. I've ended stream early. I think I ended stream early intentionally so I could double raid with Serrata to get someone else to affiliate. And sure enough, it did. I gave them, like, 18 views or something. They got, like, 18 people watching. And it's like, I ended stream early, which I never do, just so that I could help out a friend. And it's like, I'd rather do that than thing and, you know, help them out. So I think I just need to get out of the mindset myself. Yeah. Well, it's just like the other thing as well. I've had people come into my stream that I know have just recently come back from a break, and then, like, I didn't ask for anyone to help, and he hadn't even been raided before, and it's like, you know, Paprika came into my stream just randomly to chat. You happen to be in there, and then he got affiliate within the week, like, after months of break that, you know, had passed, and then yeah, got affiliate within the week. Like, that's a victory for me. Like, you would note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face you're not related to this case? So if we're not related. Yeah, I mean, you've always been helpful. Again, that's another... Well, no, it's not on the old scale. It's the same Havoc, just different scale. Same Havoc, different scale. And it's by your standards and your, rules now, I guess you would say. Asked that question with such a serious look on your face. Couldn't help but... So you're asking you please tell me the truth. But it's like what I said, like you haven't got around to it yet, but I'm adding a channel drop. Oh, I drop your Discord link? Yeah, I noticed that as well. It feels more community-based, actually, now that I think about it, when you were discussing, like... It's still small, but, I mean, I think that you can make it just as large, with what you were wanting to do. Okay. So you guessed when I reported the smuggling activities. Oh, yeah, I remember you telling me about that, yeah. I mean, again, I get it. People fight all the time about stuff, but it's like, It feels more personal to me, in some ways, because, I see how much hard work you were putting in. And it was probably important to take the break when you did, and also to voice how you were feeling at the time. And this Discord is essentially like a brand new start for you, I would say. And that's why a lot of other people have rallied behind you, I think. Yeah. She was killed right before she was to testify. By Manny Cochin. Because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life. completely carefree. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, it's the whole communities building onto communities onto communities. It's like the giant tree. If the main Discord is like the tree trunk, then the rest of the Discords and the rest of the links are like the leaves and the branches that grow into the giant redwood tree that it could very well become. If that's the best way to look at it. That will last for a long time. Yeah. Because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. Heard from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochran's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. The evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochran out. Turns out they were in league with each other. Because that smuggling ring, was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KG8 incident. Yeah. It's the same thing though. It's the same thing where it's like, it's almost like, yeah. But I still think it was a good thing because it meant that, it meant that if you came into someone's chat on Twitch, that you never knew who you would find, and so from one connection branches several more connections, which then branches several more connections, and then it almost like works in in that way. Because there is such a thing as too many links, I guess, but yeah. In this situation, we probably don't have to worry about it. You love the fact that you've started doing that again. I think that's the best way to grow, is just find the few connections that you really, yeah, the random chatters as well. Especially if they stick around and actually chat, and then sometimes you just, yeah. Sometimes it's just a matter, and that's the thing, that doesn't even start as a follow for follow. Sometimes someone will just follow, and then all of a sudden we'll notice, and it's like, hang on a second, you just gave me a follow, I'll go and give you one back. Like, some people just, like, are naturally like that. They will just, it's like, hang on a second, like, who is this person? Oh, this person's in this person's chat. I like this person, they talk with this person pretty frequently, I'm gonna see if I can then communicate with them. And then it works. It just works. Yeah. And yeah, you'll always get a few bad apples here and there, or something might happen with somebody else and there's a bit of drama that happens, but, you know, nothing is perfect. Yeah. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Like, I'm trying to remember what happened when I... Because a lot of people came from that one server that I know. Like, my channel started growing a little bit faster once I joined that one server. And then from there, that was when all the other connections thing. Because I think a lot of people who were in that server were disgruntled about what was happening. And so it was kind of just like, why don't we just do a smaller thing that works? And it's had its advantages and disadvantages. But, most people that I know that came from there all got affiliated, and it was because either they just worked really hard at what they were doing, or they had some connection to someone else that I knew. You would like the other idea for your server? What's the other idea that you have planned? Why did Mr. Coachman want to meet you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently he only found out that I was the defense lawyer in this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like he couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. Gave him a good slap across the face. Actually, I should be skipping this. I haven't done this. Oh, there actually is a trophy coming up. Never mind. When is there another trophy coming up? Just this one. No other trophies for a while. That one there we probably not gonna reach, but it's fine. The way she kind of talks about slapping him as she gets away is kind of creepy. You interact with this. That's cool. Okay. I would love to know what the idea for the server is. If you would, unless it's a secret. Related to the double murder. Most of random people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? It's not true. Sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for your advice, but there's no need to worry. Look in my own way, and I'll catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on. What does this say? So there again, you were talking about people following the announcements channels where people go live for their servers. Think about it. When I'm ready to fully start helping non-affiliates again, everybody agrees in the network, follow the channel. The whole network can help. Obviously, I'm saying once I get a good ping bot. Oh, okay. So your idea would be, once everything's working and helping out non-affiliates, we can have like a help out this person kind of thing. Or like a recommended, like a recommended or like a showcase. That means your consent asked me for me to add everyone to the ping the network. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Especially since I've made it so much easier now to get to affiliate compared to when I had to get it and you had to get it, obviously. I know that you had an easier time to get there than a lot of other people did, but like they've now like cut the requirements in half, so I feel like it actually does make a big difference, and you know, making no such face. You know, laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making serious face all the time? Charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I know, you find so many people from across the world. Like, Twitch really is, like, such a great place for meeting people that, like... Even though I've talked about this in the past, that I have a lot of multicultural, like, people that were at school, like, I didn't know anyone from the US. I didn't, no one in the US there was no US people at all in my high school, at all. I didn't meet anyone from the US until I got to university. And that was also just, like, happenstance as well. Like, that actually happened. There was a fire drill. There was a fire drill that happened at our university, and we were outside for like 45 minutes, and someone in my class, their friend was from the US, and he talked to us for a good while. That was, I think, the first time I talked to someone that was from the US, in person. I've never done that before. And it's interesting to see how things are similar and different. No need for laughter. Here you go, making that face again. Oh well. Gotta get going. Still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The way the other server was being ran truly was inefficient. An unlimited bot let only for that server. What do you mean by an unlimited bot? I'm not sure what you mean. I believe that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus the detective, Gumshoe. So obviously he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. Whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. Bought the lifetime license to Me6, you can add as many people to your going live as you want. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. I didn't realize that that was a problem. I guess the problem was that it was only being used for one server. I think the biggest problem with that Me6 bot is that it would always, it would always, if someone disconnected a lot, it would always, like, keep resending, and then sometimes it would not remove the, most of your freebies are 1 to 5 people for that. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Alright. 7:10, 4:45 PM, District Court, 3rd floor, lobby. Get ready for the damn Von Karma voice again. That was a bad glitch on your nerves. I mean, a lot of stuff did. The follow for follow thing got out of control. That follow for follow channel got out of control, and the fact that it got deleted and nobody even noticed. Nobody even noticed. I'm telling you right now. We had that conversation through VC, and nobody even batted an eye or knew that it was gone. And it's still not been replaced. Nobody even knew that it was gone. It was almost like just all this time and all this stress. Nobody even cared that it was gone. And no one put another one back up on there. It's just one of those things. It's like it was just a stress relief of just being able to just delete this channel and it was gone, and nobody cared. What is to become of the trial into the Kidnapping Embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends prematurely. Looks like you'll have to wait just a little bit longer for your big debut. Suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. So what do you think about the murder of the Kidnapping Embassy staff member? The murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What an outrageous circus it all has become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivety. Outrageous circus, right, sir? I grew weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I'll have you assigned to a different case. Oh, but you come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. So, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? You know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. Perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Papa? Who do you think think is the real culprit behind these murders. I also know if I convince you can find the real killer first. Just being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. Give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, the top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? Wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it that I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. We're so proud of yourself to have the server where it's at, though I put a lot of work learning how to do it, a lot, like embedding for the rules and the roles and locking down channels if you aren't verified so you can't see it. I think it looks good and is functional. Looks good, is functional, and also is very clear in terms of this is where things go, this is what the rules are, this is where you have to do things, hey, if you need help, do this. Very simple. And also just very easy to follow. And honestly, like, if people have suggestions about what can be added, then it can maybe be added later down the line. If that is something that actually needs to be done. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Franziska, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Good logic earlier was but in that scruffy detective's lie. You agree, but you plan on setting up a ticket system for that? Do you mean like, oh, so like if someone has an idea, then it's just like, just put a ticket in and then someone can consult and say like, hey, should we consider adding this in? One thing is for certain, like, there should be less spam and there'll be like less, other problems, I guess. And at least the recruitment side of it, if we do end up having people that join, it won't be nearly as, like, flavor of the month kind of thing, if you get what I mean. Where it feels like the other server is like, oh, this month is Oblivion month, or this week is Oblivion week, this is Minecraft week, this is, Fortnite week, this is, yeah, they put a ticket in, opens up a text channel VC that only we can go into, and it auto-deletes when we leave. Ah, I see what you mean. Like, I get it, but at the same time, I also don't. There's such a thing as expanding too fast. And also just preventing spam and preventing other problematic things. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off that easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. No, I don't have enough information yet. So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. Alright, obviously, before we go and do anything, we're gonna go into the court. Okay. Feels like there's a whole backside to this case that we're not seeing. Here we had thought that it was a case where the two men had killed each other. We're lacking in information. There's a one calm, I can hardly call this a perfect investigation. Indeed, it is as they say. I can't believe we agree on something. Just what is so revolting about agreeing? Anyway, our first move should be to speak with everyone related to this case. Indeed, even if we had not said it, I was planning to do so anyway. Is that Lashful? Okay. So before we do anything in terms of this game, we're going to go and, I just noticed that the fountain is acting up. We're going to go into the room here. This is optional. Yeah, I think the ticket system makes sense to me, actually. Or a suggestion. You could maybe call it, like, the suggestion box or something? I don't know. It's basically the same thing. Alright, let's investigate the courtroom. Not that we have to, but, there's actually a trophy in here we need to get. It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch. Situated at the same height as the judge's bench. Wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides. Miles Edgeworth, are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes? The system is also meant for filing a grievance, makes it private. You don't have to go into DMs if you need to send files for it. Once the interaction is done, delete it immediately, so why not use it for both? Yeah, I can see that working, yeah. Although I still feel like with certain things, like a DM does still... I guess it depends. I've never had to deal with this problem myself, but I know that, like... It's certainly better than going to someone's stream and debating, like, that's happened several times to people that I know before, where they've... You've seen it. You've seen people come into streams before and just start up pointless, like, drama in the middle of streams. Sort of course I'm man enough. Any day now I'll be taking my rightful place beside this bench. DMs only get deleted if both sides delete this channel. Ah, okay. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I just wasn't sure, like, I guess the reason is people might not do that just because they think that it won't get deleted, but yeah, if you're saying that it works the way that it does, it's fine. But I've never had to deal with that anything personally. Like, most stuff that happens, I'm able to deal with myself, but I know that in some circumstances there's been... It auto deletes everything, yeah. Makes sense. By that time, I should already be standing here. It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it? If that were to happen, Franziska, lick my cravat. It's the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty. There are others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know. I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these. Or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind. Also, I think having, like, the smaller group of mods also seems to be, we haven't gone completely public yet, so it's, well, you haven't gone completely public with it yet, I don't think. It's not all completely finished, so once all that gets sorted out, it'll be, I'm hoping that it's free from all, like, problems in the first place. The defense attorney's bench. You would be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. Well, I'll have you know, I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. Can I... go up to be the judge as well? This must be the judge's desk. Like the video you were watching for a different thing, I was watching it for that reason. He uses that function because he runs a business building Discord. A client can send a ticket, they can discuss what they want after. Ah, I see. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Like, you can find a different purpose for that. I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel. You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth. You have no idea how frightening it was. There we go, behind each bench. Go and sync that trophy up. And then now we'll go and talk to all the peeps. Talk to everyone around, and then we'll talk to Gumshoe last, because his thing is last. See if this up real quick. 2 trophies today. So that's examining all 3 benches. It's handy that there's a lot of stuff on Discord that people have been able to use and find. This Edgeworth twerking. It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it? How did it cost as much to make as it cost to build the courthouse itself? What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. It's so hard to understand such foolishness. Agreed. Oops. Sir, nothing to report, sir. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this garble can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hall beyond these stairs, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all. And because it's such a small Discord right now, until it starts growing, like, a lot of things that you planned for won't, but a lot of things that you haven't planned for will not, you won't know until after it's already, been, expanded on, I guess. Although I guess you could also use your experience with past servers to be like, oh, I know what to look out for now. I know what to do. Can't stop the water, sir. Seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretended not to see the foolish actions of a foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzle later. She seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds to me like someone wanted to drink. Well, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed. I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models, per se. But even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. You see, you're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. I'm gonna quickly... yeah, we have about an hour to go, so I'm gonna close these curtains, because I... Alright. Let's continue. We're off. Movie Critic, welcome back. Hope that you had a good sleep. Hope you had a good morning. Thank you for stopping by once again. We are, got to the second part of the investigation. Miles Edgeworth. Yes? What is the meaning of this bulletin board? Why are there so few trials posted? It appears that the entire week is devoted to Mr. Terrell's trial. Is the crime rate really that low in this country? Or maybe. police lack the proper motivation to get out there and catch the criminals. Afraid I can't comment on that, however. Consider I have my doubts about the young detective. Sounds to me like they're in need of a stricter hand. And I'll start my disciple, but remember that pathetic, filthy-coated detective. I hope you had a good sleep. You're able to catch up on some thing. Probably be going for another what, 45 minutes or so. Not bad for the big guy, and yet I can find no suitable reason to stop her. Okay, so I think I've now got just. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judges' Trial Exchange Log. Appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. Just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary system. Yeah, just the debate about oysters. Just a giant debate about oysters. I'm gonna talk to Gumshoe and talk to you, so... yeah, let's start with that. Extremely short, so after the first appointment, you'll go back to bed, and apparently the moment you entered the stream yesterday was the exact... Really? Really? So... we were... So... Yeah, after the first appointment, you go back to bed. Apparently, the moment you ended the stream yesterday was the exact moment the cutscene played. It's okay. Again, if I don't see it, I'll see it, on YouTube anyway. But yeah, if you need to get back to bed after the first appointment, catch up on some sleep. Especially with, if you have any other things planned. Alright, let's talk to you and then talk to Gumshoe. It's you? Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. Who are you? Wait, you're at the criminal crime scene right now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Kalmer, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. 3-hour travel is a few hours after the appointment. Ah, right. 3 hours? That is a long trip. Oof. Yeah, if you've got a 3-hour travel to get to where you have to go, that's, yeah, if you need to get some rest after that appointment, like, or after the travel, then, yeah, best to do that instead of, 3 hours trip is a long time. You're whipping me! Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. There's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. Terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that... to ask of you... exactly is so funny. Oh, geez, that is a long, okay, so 3-hour travel to get to where you have to go, and then by the time I wake up will be around the time that you get back, so, oof, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's a long time. 3-hour travel, and then you're gonna be out basically for a good amount of time. Because I think you said you had something, and then you had 3 hours later you had some other thing. So it's like, yeah, you're gonna be very busy today. I hope that you're able to at least be able to relax in a little bit. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel so much better now. So what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. You were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Baird. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Baird? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Yeah, you're gone for the whole day. Yeah, that's yeah. The whole day, yeah. Ooh. Alright, it's not too bad. So I take it that you were acquaintances with Detective Bad. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. You know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two were talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. How does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? Victim of that case, Cece was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. Fine, really. Just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday said they just met up just about every single time that Yadakavasu made a move. It's practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. See, he did mention that he's in charge of the Yadakavasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yadakavasu in more detail. Wait, what, did I just see this? I just got an advertisement and it told me that UFC is going to be on Disney. Yeah, it is. I guess everything's going on to Disney Plus. UFC and WWE are on Disney Plus. What a time to be alive. Oh my god. What are we doing? What are we actually doing? Why? Just imagine they're gonna ruin that. Yesterday you got a Dracula ad. That is bizarre. I have not seen anything at all for that movie at all. Nothing. Nothing before, nothing now. Maybe if I, I have not seen anything for it, which surprises me. Let me get. Actually, have any reviews even bothered coming out for that yet? I don't even think they have. I mean, there will be reviews, but like I'm talking in general. Still no review, like major reviews there. I know I looked up this movie on. Now that the movie's been out a little bit longer. It's gone down to like a 6.1 now. Void Uprising news just dropped and they started filming this month. Nice. At least the rating has dropped down. It went from like an 8 point something to like a 6.1. Someone else gave it on Letterboxd. It's got a 2.8 out of 5. There's 25 audience reviews. Let's look at some of these audience reviews. Someone 3 days ago watched this movie. This is the best version of Dracula that has been released. The story is way more in depth and covers more ground quicker than any rendition. The acting is superb by everyone involved, especially Dracula. Really was surprised how good he was. Just watched Dracula 2025 and absolutely loved it. The acting was absolutely gripping and the story had me hooked from start to finish. Someone else gave it 2 stars and said it was awful. But they said the actors were great. The actors were great. The opening scene up until Plat becomes a vampire is impressive and sets a good mood, but after that is a mess. Then someone else gave a 5-star review. The love story was beautiful and frankly better. It takes some liberties and makes a few changes I wouldn't have done myself, and nonetheless the ending sticks to landing. I loved the actors and the cinematography. Go watch Nosferatu. What a movie! The story, acting, and cinematography absolutely spot on. 5 stars. Someone here compares the ending of the movie to Scarface. That tells you everything right there. If you were the kind of person who wonders how far one would go for love, it's the epitome of it. It's romantic poetic. Yes, definitely when I think of how far someone would go for love, I think about how someone kills their own wife, then blames everybody else for it, and then does a whole bunch of other stuff as well. Like, yes, that's what I definitely think of when I think of love. This is all Dracula reviews. There's like 25 of them. Someone said the best to come out in years, great acting. 5 stars. And even someone else gave 1 out of 5. It's as if all the 5-star reviews are written by people paid to write the most formulaic drivel that ticks all the boxes. I definitely agree there. I definitely agree there. That sounds like, it does sound like something that's like that, for sure. Then someone else gave 1 star. Just no, comical and ridiculous, yet another crap version of Dracula. Then someone else was like, the movie wasn't perfect at all, but the cinematography and acting with love hearts, 5 stars. And then someone else said, only a horny, mononeuronal teenager could enjoy this film, 1 star. So some of these reviews are like super like the worst possible movie ever, to like, oh, I loved everything about it. I'm not even joking you here. There's 25 reviews, and they all are super mixed. Like, yeah. So there you go. There's your Dracula reviews that I just read off. And those were like across a few days, so it wasn't like they were more recent. Alright, time of the murder. Claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. Don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell, too. Yeah, I don't know, again, if you need something funny to read, it's like, yeah, just look up, Dracula: A Love Tale, reviews, and there's a few reviews on there that are, yeah, there's no middle ground. It's like there's a bunch of people giving it 5 stars, and a bunch of people giving it 1 star, and then maybe you get a couple in between, but it's either the worst possible movie that you could imagine, or it's like this fantastic movie that everyone loves the story, the acting, and it just makes me wonder what other movies have they watched, like, for this. That Mr. Bad came to lobby number 1, so he just stayed there and talked. What did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting, I just insulted him some. And then someone tried to say, like, Bram Stoker's Dracula with Keanu was, like, a little bit overrated, but it's like, I've not even seen that movie, and I can probably guarantee you right now that it's better than what was done here. And someone actually straight up just praised the Dracula actor as well, and just said that they did an amazing job or whatever. So, I don't know. She's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murder occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. Alright, Mackerel. What have you got to know about Mackerel? I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yadagavasu, is that correct? So I heard that it was the Yadagavasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8. I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I said, it's like, it's up to whatever people's opinion is, but, like, if they wanna... You know, people are allowed to like what they like, but some of those reviews felt very forced. It just feels very forced. At least the ratings have gone down, but it's like it was at like an 8 out of 10 when I originally checked, and then it's down to like a 6.1, which is still probably too high. You dare me to watch the first 30 minutes, spoil it, you'll probably not make the first 10. Oh no, I should do a watch party for the movie. I don't have the movie yet, so I'm not gonna... I might watch, I doubt I'll watch it, because it just feels like another version of a movie that's just like, I don't need to, if I need to watch a Dracula movie, I'll watch like one of the older ones. Or I'll watch a different like thing like Blade, or Sinners, or Nosferatu, or... something of actual... Turns out Mr. Rao was not the Yadagavasu. He just made that up. He made it up. Like, there's better things I can watch. Mr. Rao's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. There's no footage of him sneaking to the Kidopian embassy himself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yadagavasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. Yeah, Last Voyage of the Demeter. From Dusk Till Dawn, that's kind of like a vampire movie. I don't know, it's like... This is what happens when you give, It's what happens when you give, public domain away. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they are no match for us Von-Karmas. And, the one thing that you have to know is, like, what other vampire things have they seen? How much do they actually know about Dracula? Because if the only stuff that you know about Dracula is that he's a vampire, then that isn't enough. Like, that's not enough. Because in this movie, they know Dracula's weakness, but they don't know that they already know that it's Dracula, which is silly. Yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn, it's a weird movie. It starts out, it's like half vampire movie, half, something else. But it's, Tarantino and, Robert Rodriguez. It's, I think it's the first time they worked together? I think it was the first time they worked together. I don't believe it, you're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? My own agenda. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like that was the way that I was when I played finished Assassin's Creed Mirage. Like, I was at the end of that platinum grind, I was like, why do I still play video games? Why do I still collect platinum trophies? Why do I still do trophy hunting? Why do I do these things if I'm just going to feel miserable at the end of this game? And then it's like, oh, the reason why is because there's all these other games to play. And the one good thing that came after that is that I had other games that were very good that happened right after those. That I'm like, okay, I have it's like a complete palate cleanser. This is why I do this. Sort of thing. So I'm hoping that's the same thing for you with Nobody 2. Like, yes, we got this bad movie, but then if Nobody 2 comes out and it ends up being really fantastic and just a very fun movie, it's like, this is the palate cleanser that you need. To just say, yes, this is a very fun movie. For that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rao was to be his lawyer. No intention of covering for him ever. Don't you dare suggest I was going to. So sorry. Forgive my rashness. Yadagarasu. It's where I like to have discussion about these things, where it's like, I don't just like to say I liked it, or I hated it, or I feel indifferent. I like to at least try and explain why I liked it, why I didn't like it, because sometimes I might miss something that somebody else saw, and it's like, hang on a second, I missed this detail. Or sometimes reviews just lie. Sometimes reviewers just lie. Just wondering if you could tell me about the Yadagarasu. Yadagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? Yadagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yadagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. Very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Franziska, be careful about who you whip. You're about to get whipped, Edgeworth. Choose carefully, you may be sued by... Yep. There, I chose carefully. Just like you wanted. That just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was. What's wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so, in the end, what is the Yadagarasu? I have to say that I've never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. Yadagarasu deals in information. I am the digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. Yadagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Welcome in, Sarada. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the 25 bits. Hope all is well. Thank you for stopping by. It's your Friday. Nice. Hope that you're enjoying your Friday. How's the stream so far? It's going good. It's long, but we've been progressing. We're still trying to solve crimes. We've been whipped a lot of times. We've been we've solved a lot of crimes. We've been just a lot's happened. We're back in the we've gone back to the past to solve our very first thing. Superman lying about the supposed to be faked out message by the parents. Well, James Gunn admitted it was not a fake, yeah. And then reviewers also saying that it was, reviewers also saying that it wasn't fake. Or whatever it was, or, yeah, whatever they were saying. I can't remember which way it was swayed. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. Suppose you could put it that way, too. Either way, get a lot more clients now, thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Yeah, so this is our very first, well, this is the very first crime that we ever prosecuted in court. So we're currently dealing with a lot of things. The prosecutor and the defendant have been killed. They made it look like they both killed each other. There's a lot of pressure on us to try and figure out what's happening. And a lot of things in between that we still don't know what's happening. And it's meant to be a tale of trying to figure out what's going on. But I guess we'll wait and see. See how much further we can get. Trophy hunting as always, which is always fun. Yeah, it's a fun game. There's a lot that happens, but it's hard to explain everything. Hey, Duke Bell, you're here. As am I. Don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective. I really didn't. Words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over and we should find out you were the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. You're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about. If you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, Belle, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I've done so, but even had you not requested me to, detective. Yeah. Have we got any new evidence? I don't think so. But no, I've been discussing a bit of everything today. Games, movies, shows, streaming stuff. I don't know. I don't have a set topic for discussion when it comes to these streams. I just go off of what I'm interested in, I guess. Alright, motive for murder. Probably be going for another 20 minutes or so. We'll see how it goes. See what happens. Might go for a bit longer, but I'm not entirely sure. So Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? Yeah, I think, again, I think some people get to a point where they're... It's like popular YouTubers, they get to a certain point where they have to appeal to their fan base, so they feel like they have to hate or like something based on what their fan base says, and it's like, I feel like that's just really cheap. But like, when it comes to Google reviews that just exist on one thing, like, most of those can easily just be faked. Or just maybe haven't been, you know, that's the problem. It's like Yelp and all these other things that exist where people just make fake reviews. Yeah. It's just very weird. What exactly did you do to Mark make him so angry? Just does stuff that's bad. The same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, reported it in my usual post instead of the criminal affairs department. Because I wanted to see if anybody else had reviewed it, and I realized, wait a second, I know this name. And it's like, oh, it's this guy. Hang on a second, like... Not even that, like... Even comparing those two movies, like, Nosferatu's a 5, Dracula's a 7.1, he put Dune Part 2. Dune Part 2 is also a 7.1, so he thinks that Dune Part 2 is on the same level as Dracula. So they're both the same rating. That's when I got down to criminal affairs, I was really, really late. That's when he gave me that huge speech. I can't speak today. I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild. Yeah, June Prophecy is 6. June Part 1 at 2.7. Yeah. And I looked at the review itself to say, like, why they didn't like it, but it was like, it wasn't even, like, a good reason to, like... There wasn't even, like, any reason to give it such a low... Probably a Dragon Ball... You know what? Let's have a look and see, shall we? Let's have a look and see if... Like, let's see if they... Did they do a Dragon Ball Evolution review? Because I hate that movie. That's, like, the worst... To me, that's the worst movie of all time. At least in terms of, it's the worst movie of all time, at least in terms of, mainstream, like, stuff, but that's also because I'm a Dragon Ball fan. I doubt they did a review for it, because this is a newer app, but... They literally say, in their bio, film is in my DNA. Let's see if they did. Let's see if they reviewed Dragon Ball Evolution. I doubt it. No, they didn't. We should just type in names of movies and see what they gave them. That's a thing, but that also just takes time. Like... Not everyone's an anime fan, but like... Dragon Ball Evolution was so disappointing as someone who was a massive fan of that series. Like, I saw I watched the entire movie. I was warned beforehand, do not watch this movie, it's bad, and I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I wanted to say, I need to see it because it's Dragon Ball. I've watched every other thing, I've watched all the you know, everything outside of Super. I've watched most of the movies, you know, I like the video games. I figured, you know what, I'll give it a chance. The first 5 minutes, it's like, okay, we're training with, you know, we've got, Chow Yun-Fat training, was it Chow Yun-Fat? Training Goku. And it's like, okay, this is cool. And then the next thing I saw, it's like, okay, we're in high school. And at that point, from that point, I was like, okay, this movie is bad. Like, Goku in high school. I was done. I was done from that point. And it just got worse from there. It got worse from there. Like, maybe it's not the absolute worst movie of all time, but it's at least the worst movie based on a popular... it's at least the worst movie that I've seen that's based on a popular franchise. I would rather watch Dragon Ball GT over and over and over again than watch Dragon Ball Evolution a second time. I'm never going back and watching that movie. We're around 3:20 in front of Detective Bad, pal. This trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? Looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Would sting. Well, then you whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard. Next step. Now then, just gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. So, I don't know. Obviously, everyone has a right to their own opinion. But also, like... I'm not even saying that you have to be a big Star Wars fan, and not everybody is, but... Giving Revenge of the Sith a 0? I don't think Revenge of the Sith is a 0. There is no way that Revenge of the Sith is a 0. Even if you don't like the film, it is not a 0. It is not a 0. Especially with how many references exist. If you've used any references from Revenge of the Sith in your life, then the film cannot be a 0, because you at least remember those scenes. Dragon Ball Evolution doesn't offer anything like that. It does not offer any memes or anything, or jokes. It's just bad. Revenge of the Sith is not a bad movie. It has some bad parts in it. It's not a bad movie. It's definitely not a 0. And I'm not even saying that because it's my favorite Star Wars movie. I'm saying that because, like, it's unfairly... You know what? I need to check this. I don't know if they've done a review of this. Since we saw that they gave it a 0, did they review any other Star Wars movies? I need to check this. Like, we're gonna check this right now. If they gave The Last Jedi a higher score than Revenge of the Sith, yeah, that's, yeah. Like, let's have a look and see if they reviewed any other Star Wars properties. I need to see this right now. Let's see, Star Wars, type it in. Star Wars. What did they do? Wars. Bad Batch. Okay, no, they gave... Okay. Yeah, they gave all three sequels 0. So they gave the original Star Wars 100%, so A New Hope 100%. They gave all 3 sequels and Revenge of the Sith a 0. There you go. There you go right there. It's just like, it's people like that are just like, set in their mind that the only 3 movies that matter are the original trilogy. So there you go. There's your confirmation right there that instead of being fair and yeah, that doesn't feel like it's fair at all. All 3 sequels are a 0, and Revenge of the Sith is a 0. The original movie is a 100. There you go. I've said it right now. There you go. I don't even think I would give Last Jedi a 0. I think there's still some things in The Last Jedi that at least have some appeal. A 0 implies to me no good value at all. So, if you felt that was insane... Handcuffs are bad for confiscated by the bad, so you know. What is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Hands off, pal. Just show it to us already. Annual bonus check within. $5 total, except there's no check inside. A $5 bonus. An annual $5 bonus? That's sad. Fetch it, look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus. As a brand new detective. Just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know? This envelope is really special to me, now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? Detective Gumshoe's annual bonus of $5. Literally had no money on him until he cashed this. That is sad. Oh. Sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. Is this everything? Yep, okay. That's everything. Oh, maybe still gotta do that. So Megan 2 fan and Superman, even a Dracula fan. I guess yeah, but still. It's very backwards. Like, I can't take anybody seriously who would say a 0 unless I see for myself, like the actual reasoning and frustration behind something like that. Like, I could understand if you wanted to give, Assassin's Creed Shadows a 0. Since he became a suspect, there's no one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one more thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Where am I going? I guess I talked to Gumshoe, right? Stop twerking, Edgeworth. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, Belle. And you were also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep, not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you were telling is only making it life more difficult for you. But it's true. Didn't see anyone go through that hallway. And didn't hear anything else, Belle. But the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he go... why would he do so, given the situation he's in? We have a thorough investigation. IGN gave a 10 to their last review, but I can't remember what it was. Naked Gun? Maybe? I don't know. But I looked up that guy on Criticulous. He gave Revenge of the Sith and all 3 sequel trilogy movies a 0. And he gave the original Star Wars a 100. So, yeah. Essentially saying that there's no value whatsoever to any of those movies, but, like, the original movie has, like, 100% value. Which I can understand liking the original movie, but blatant, like, super favoritism to where you're saying one is absolutely perfect, a 100% absolutely perfect movie, which does not exist, and then also the other... The 3 sequel trilogy and Revenge of the Sith are 0. I mean, there's absolutely nothing redeemable about this movie whatsoever. It's like, there's being a fan, and then there's just being, like, you can be a fan of something but still find criticisms, and... You kicked him in the... Like, yeah. I mean, I'm not even getting angry at it because it's just a review. At the end of the day, I don't really care about, like, what someone gives it. I want to have proper conversations and, like, discussions about, like, okay, if you really hated this movie, did you really, really hate that movie? Did you really, really hate it? Like, at least when you said that you gave Dracula a 0, I can see, like, you hated it for this reason, this reason, this reason, that reason, this reason, all these other reasons, and then you even tried to give some other things a chance with it, and it wasn't enough. So I can at least understand, like, even if it's not a direct 0 where everything is bad, it would be like a 1 or a 2%, if anything. Yeah. How could you have not noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? It's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. Looks like she dropped something. Swiss roll. Dropped by the mysterious young girl, says courthouse special on it. Yeah, that's what I prefer. Like, I prefer a proper conversation. Like, I prefer a proper conversation, and I don't like when you throw out memes, it just is like, instead of just having a discussion about why, it's more so just like, oh, you liked this movie or hated this movie for this reason, why? Oh, you're a shill, it's anybody can do that. A kindergartner can do that. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. If some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. We have asked all that I need to of this man. Now the detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm it was correct. The judge or that scruff face, right? Suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby number 2 next then. Suppose so. Shall we head on over, Franziska? Yes, let's go. Dracula was 0, you didn't like a single second. Yeah. And then it's like what you said as well, it's like, if it was an hour-and-a-half movie, maybe you could at least, like... It's the fact that it was 2.5 hours on top of that as well. I think this is the way to the hallway. I'm not going to be able to finish this case today. Nowhere close. Nowhere close. September 10, District Court hallway. So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Oh, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Any time, detective? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. 2.5 hours, even a musical scene where Dracula has a dance, but yeah. It's just not Dracula. If you're gonna make a movie like that, at least call it something else. And don't call it a Dracula movie. Just, yeah. Like, don't call it a Dracula. It would have, maybe it would have still been considered a bad movie. You know, it still would have been a bad movie if it wasn't called Dracula, but the fact that it has Dracula tied to it means that you have to review it as a Dracula film, and so you're comparing to other Dracula films, you're comparing to other vampire films, so it's already got that precedent where it's like, you have to compare it fairly, so... Really, Prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and Miss Jen... Yeah. I mean, that's why I said, like, I would... Like... If let's say that we had a complete opposite thing like this. Let's say that there was a movie that I gave a 0, or you gave a 0, and I gave a really positive review. At least we would have some sort of discussion, and maybe, like, it's not gonna be... Lucy. I don't hate the movie, Lucy. I... rewatched it recently, and it's... To me, it's not a god-awful, like, movie. I liked it, but I also hadn't really had a discussion about it with someone else until I had a discussion with you about it, and it's like, I can see where you came from about why you didn't like certain scenes of Lucy. And then it's like, okay, I can get that, but it's like, I'm not gonna change how I feel, but I still like the movie for what it was, but it wasn't like, to me it wasn't like super insulting, it just, some things just didn't make any sense. And so maybe I just needed to have a little bit more of a critical thinking mind when it came to that movie.
Who's that Pokemon?
But it wasn't like I just posted up a meme and said like, oh, you know, you really liked that, you really hated that film, or like, you know, oh, you're just a hater or something. It's like, no, it's not something that I really thought about. You only liked the first act, but when Supernatural was stupid. I think it was because I was exploring things that that was a little bit different. My thing was that some things just didn't make any sense. Like, to me with Lucy, why did she just not knock out all those guards before she did the whole thing? Because we know that she can do that. So, to me, it was like, it just, some things, you establish that this character can do this stuff, and then it was also just like, okay, they did it because it was a movie. And I don't like to use the excuse of because it's a movie. I like to have some sort of rationale. Like, if you're gonna do a supernatural thing like that with time travel and what she did in the hospital, like, you have to run with that. You've established this now. All right, Your Honor. Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. I'm gonna. I think it's reached 5 o'clock now, so I'm probably end things here. At least get ready to end things here anyway. Obviously today we ended up finishing off the, what did we do? We finished off the previous case. Where did we start with that? Obviously graphic-wise and music-wise still very consistent. Gameplay, no new gameplay functions at the moment that we're being introduced to. I've got to try and remember why you... Let me load up something real quick so I can at least give like a better like analysis of what happened. Because there were no new characters that we met in... It's so dumb, but at least you didn't hate it, and I'm not going to hate on you for not hating it. I mean, yeah, I have a reasoning to understand, like, why they did it like that, but it's like... I think I didn't hate it, I just didn't think some things made any sense, that they should have, like, if they're going to establish that someone can do this, then why aren't they running through the movie, and... I will say, I liked the first act where you were talking about... I liked the first act where it was leading up to, and then... maybe about halfway through the movie was when it started getting a little bit more ridiculous. But I still think it was at least... I just enjoyed watching it. Let me check something real quick, because I gotta catch up on the... we'll go through and talk about this for a little bit. This guide, where is it here? Yeah. Because she essentially took over the technology. Is that what you were talking about? Let me do this for a second. So, yeah, basically, we ended up going and, after we interviewed, yeah. The part that I still say the ending was bad. I don't get how someone can have 100% brain capacity and then somehow is able to travel back in time. I don't get that part. I don't get how that makes any sense. How I don't care if you have access to 100% of your brain power. I don't think there's any way that you could ever find a way to defy the laws of reality. You can't literally become a god. Where was I up to? Here I was. Yeah, so it was the ending part. So pretty much, no new characters for the other part. I guess characters in terms of this one, though, like, if you're talking about characters in general, let me load up my thing here. Obviously, a lot of the characters that are here we haven't met yet before. Obviously, Man from Vakama, a great character we met already before. We don't know anything about the prosecutor at the moment because we didn't really get much character stuff. Dead Man, and obviously Mackerel. We got a small little thing at the start, but these both had died. Obviously, Kay is a kid. The judge, as always. Gumshoe in his first job. Franziska when she was like way younger. We only got a small little thing for Manny. And then Callista, who's basically her younger sister died, and she's a lawyer that was for Mackerel's lawyer, and then obviously Terrell being the thing. Like, a lot of the characters here are pretty basic. None of them are sort of wacky at the moment, outside of the characters we already know, and Callista constantly cracking jokes. But yeah, I think if they carried on with the... Like, I would have liked if they did some... The movie was still good, but I think what they could, like... What would have been better would have been, like, maybe if Lucy, like, the drugs, instead of doing all the wacky techno stuff, was enhancing her... It was like she gained 100%... Maybe by taking the drug, it gave her, like, 100%... potential unlocked kind of thing. And maybe she does like a storyline where she goes hunting for the, you know, the people that made her this way. Could have worked better. So like, pretty much it's just mostly going to be story stuff. Obviously, the previous case, we ended up going and we talked with the Lance, and basically he tried throwing the blame onto his girlfriend, who we found out was the daughter of the guy who was killed. And we also ended up uncovering that the Amano group was involved in a thing from 10 years ago where they were doing a smuggling ring, and they were acting, they essentially, the guy who died was framed, and the kidnapping was staged, and obviously the father of Ernest tried to cover up for the murder by buying a haunted house. For some reason he got arrested, but they explain what happened with that later on anyway. Also, the whole thing with the mirrors, where they did the stuff in the haunted house with the mirrors, that was very well done. All the stuff with the different badges as they, you know, figuring out, like, the stuff with the mirror was really well done. I liked what they did. I'm trying to think what else happened, because it kind of speaks for itself, you know. And then obviously the swapping of the different hands, like being left-handed and right-handed, obviously coming into play. That's pretty much what's happened there. And then obviously after that happened, they arrested both of them because of the smuggling ring that was happening. Thank you for the stream, no problem. Thank you for stopping by. I much appreciate it. Obviously, we also got a cameo from Jacques Portman, who was the killer of the thing, and his detective as well, who died. So that's also a connection for the first case. Also, we ended up the stuff with the assistant, obviously, and talking about the backstory with Lang as well. And then it was revealed that, hey, we knew Kay from 7 years ago, which is where we're in the Turnabout Reminiscence right now, which at the moment, basically what's happened, we're back to our very first prosecuting case. We ended up, Von Karma's with us, Franziska's with us. We're basically being, it's our very, very first case. A double murders happened. Originally we thought that they killed each other, but we ended up determining that they didn't end up killing each other. We ended up getting movie news update. They released official Noob Cybot picture for Mortal Kombat 2. Nice, nice. I think that'll be that will also be a very fun movie. I think that'll also be a very fun movie. What else is there that happened in this game? Let me check out what else happened. Obviously, once I got ruled out, then we had to figure out, we then got the reveal about Manny Kochin, who ended up killing the younger sister of Callisto, who was also a lawyer with the representation there, doing all that stuff. Me and Franziska were in a competition, Gumshoe got blamed, a whole bunch of other stuff ended up happening with Bad and all the investigating, and then we eventually figured out that they didn't kill each other, that something else was involved. Because of them being left and right-handed, obviously. And before we were able to, like, once we broke all that down, then we got the reveal about all the different incidents that happened. And then we're up to basically where we are here. We just, we got the stuff with the judge, we got the stuff with Gumshoe out of the way. We've talked to all of them now. We're figuring out, we're now going to investigate the hallway, which is what we're going to do next time that we play the game as well. And we'll see how things go from there. Official Noob Cybot picture, though. I hope that they do something with, more movie posters. I want more movie posters. Give us more movie posters for, Johnny Cage. That's what I want to see. But yeah, I feel like I'm rambling at this point. I've been rambling for a while. Obviously, the rest of this week, I'm going to try and stream this tomorrow to play, and then Saturday will either be, if Saturday's Persona 5 Strikers, Sunday will be this. If Sunday is Persona 5 Strikers, Saturday will be a day off. More Johnny Cage movie trailers, yes, that's what I want to see. Or at least maybe do something with small like spotlight trailers for certain characters, like the new ones. Show off like a few quick clips or something. And then Nobody 2 is coming out in 5 days? 5 days I think it is, so 5 or 6 days. Hopefully they do some more fun stuff with that. Monday will be Rivals, and then Tuesday and Friday will be this. It's pretty much guaranteed to be this. We're not going to be finishing this game anytime soon. So yeah. Yeah, with their ability or something, that could be nice. So with that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription if you win this video gets some custom monetization. Support my content built, has some content back on my source been defined. I uploaded my past Plat Let's Plays and Let's Plays 2. YouTube channel, you can also find a link down below to the games for the games we've played on the stream as far. All the newest plays, upcoming games, DLC, Switch games we can jump out and as well. Working more Plat Pass games we have the Turnabout Trophy for. You already saw 10 or more new Nobody 2 TV. That is a lot. And they've all been different as well. That's the one other thing. They've all been different. I just hope they don't give away too much, but I mean, I guess you can just avoid not watching them. As well as more Turnabout Spoons, or also Gadara Spoons, Empire Going Plat, Nozzle Windows, as well as the Live Notes, Super Mario Upper Dream Experience, Empire Going Let's Go EV Experience as well. I upload everything to my YouTube channel, because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they've been deleted, and I want it to be a safe place for everyone to find my content to do so. And you'll also get a notification of when I go live from there as well. Follow or subscribe to me on Twitch. At 100 subscribers, I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 picture on my screen. We're also getting access to more channel point mention points as well. Didn't watch it since I want to see the full thing in less than a week. Yeah. But the stuff that I have seen is just, it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. What's going to befall the kitty cat bracelet? What's going to ruin the vacation, I wonder? You also get more side badges emotes, as well as live reviewing, which is watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get ad block. A great appreciation from support today for the follows, chats, subs, bits, likes, raids, shoutouts, as always. Also, more channel points. After we finish this game, after we finish Princess Peach again, Luigi Mansion 2, Dark Character Returns, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, the Bath Duck, oh, the Rubber Ducky. We're gonna also finish God of War Ragnarok as well. The next game after those is going to be either Like I Dream Infinite Wealth, Medal of Reputation, or Tomb Raider 1 to 3 Remastered as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified if you want to go live. Wish to open Discord. I was just in front of my friends. Discord server close to 2,000 members. Still going strong. Pinter Bricks Gamers to cross that as well. I'm very active there, and you also get a notification of when I go over them as well. And flash to know who commented stream over there. But do some future content going forward. You can find the link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if we can raid someone. If anyone has any raid requests that they'd like me to make, I would glad to do so. Otherwise, we will just see who's currently streaming and give them the raid. Let us see who is streaming. Is anyone online right now? Let us see. Let's raid out. Let's see. Anyone? Yes, we will raid. We'll raid Serrata again. They're playing World War Z Apocalypse, actually. World War Z Aftermath, I should say, at the moment. And they came in here earlier, and they gave us some bits, so we will send the love right back to them with a raid. So thank you, everyone, once again, for watching. And with all that being said, you not be fine. Have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream. Which will be more of this, hopefully. If I can get it uploaded. Let's send everyone over to that.